Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you. We are live.
Good morning, everyone. We'll start the meeting with a land acknowledgement. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge at this time that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis Homeland Region 4, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And when we think about land, it's exciting today. We'll be talking about one of the most important parcels of land in our city around the old Strathcona area and the rich history that this area has provided for generations. So calling to order with a roll call, Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And joining us remotely, do we have Councillors Principe, Stevenson, Paquette, Tang, Mayor Sohi, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Salvador, Councillor Cartmel. No, okay, just the committee then today. So, approval of the agenda. Councillor Rice.
I move that October 8th Urban Planning Committee meeting agenda be adopted.
Okay. Any changes? No. Any questions?
I do have one question.
Okay, to the clerk. Or go for it.
Yeah, so the quick question is for 5.1, and for that multi-union residential building design revised date for the reports. So I just want to know specific reason for that piece.
So, Councillor Rice, if you have questions on that, we can ask it when we get to reports not selected for debate, or you could select that one for debate as well. We're just on the adoption of the agenda at the moment.
So I do not feel it's necessary to select for the debate, but I just needed the reason, and then specifically why this report is rescheduled. Is this report related to the today's discussion? So I saw somebody here, and administration could provide the answer.
Yeah, I can respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
It is not germane to the conversation today, and it's because we need a bit more time for some internal conversation with EFRS.
Okay, so it's not related to the discussion. Okay,
Correct.
Wonderful, thank you. So no problem.
Okay, awesome. I'll call the vote on adoption of the agenda. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Awesome. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the September 17th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee meeting.
Okay, awesome. Any questions, edits, debate? Hearing none. Call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Oh, please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I'm not aware of any protocol items today. Select items for debate. I will select 7.1, and I think that's our only item. So do we need a motion, clerk, do we need a motion to approve any other item, or just?
We do. We still need to approve the revised due date for 5.1.
Right.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Any questions, debate, please call the vote.
And we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So, requests to speak. I have 25 names here. And clerk, would you like me to read them out at this time?
That would be great, yes.
Excellent. So, I have Kendra Connor, I have Todd Cramshaw, Eric DeCorby, Corinne Olson, Kevin Zellweger, Jan Olson, Cherie Clausen, Shannon Lohner, Aaron Budnick, Kareen Lillo, James Ortlieb, Wes Price, Jarek Connors, Nathan Binema, Scott Hughes, Allison Rossland, John Maidens, Bradley Thiessen, Clinton Wong, Abdul Abbasi, Conrad Nobert, Mark Wilson, John McKell, Elaine Soles, and Laura Dennis. Clerk, are there others who, is that the correct list?
That is up to date to this moment.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So I'll take a motion to approve those speakers today. Councillor
So
Knapp?
moved.
Okay, any questions, any debate? Then please vote. Call the,
We have all the votes.
please display the vote. Awesome, so we have no, that carried unanimously. There are no requests for time specific on the agenda. I'm not aware of any councillor inquiries or any reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, and we already dealt with the item to reschedule. So I don't see any unfinished business, so then we can begin with 7.1 and a presentation from administration.
Good morning. Today we're here to present the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy, which will help contribute to density and amenities in Old Strathcona, an area envisioned in the city plan for significant growth at the connection of two primary corridors. The strategy, developed with input from the public and area stakeholders, includes 7 key actions and recommended improvements that will create new and improved parks, provide affordable housing opportunities, add new ways for people to travel to Old Strathcona, and contribute to the city plan's implementation. The Public Realm Strategy was first recommended in 2018 in the Plan White Report and directed by a council motion in 2020. The strategy contains new thinking for important parts of Old Strathcona that hadn't been studied since the early 1990s. Today's report is for information, with no immediate budget requests and no immediate changes to the number of parking stalls in the area. This strategy, as opposed to a bylaw or other planning tools, acts as a roadmap to guide the long-term changes and investments needed so that Old Strathcona continues to be an attractive place to live, visit, and do business. Because it's not approved by council, it's flexible and can be adapted as needed as circumstances change over time. I'm here today with several members of administration to present and answer questions. Eric Backstrom will now provide an overview of the strategy.
Thank you, Kent, and good morning. Old Strathcona is a unique and vibrant cultural hub, tourist destination, Main Street historic area, and home to thousands of Edmontonians. The Public Realm Strategy is a long-term vision for what could help the area over the next generation, rather than just over the next budget cycle. It aims to build on the area's existing vibrancy and contribute to the implementation of the city plan and other key policies and council priorities by providing direction for city-owned lands that will support the needs of existing and future residents as this area densifies, improving the public realm by better activating and connecting streets, sidewalks, parks, and plazas, and supporting new ways for people to travel to and from and enjoy the area, including bus rapid transit. Old Strathcona is part of a priority growth area and includes 2 primary corridors. The Strathcona District Plan projects that when Edmonton reaches 2 million people, the Scona District is expected to see its population triple, with Old Strathcona accommodating a significant portion of this growth. The need for a public realm strategy arises from this anticipated growth, increased demand on public spaces and amenities, and the opportunities presented by existing city holdings. This strategy aligns with the city's strategic vision and established policies, including the city plan for how we plan for open spaces, transit, and the environment, while also balancing the needs of the area's current residents, its 600 businesses, and approximately 1 million annual visitors. Additionally, this strategy will guide future capital investments, and renewal efforts, including the rehabilitation of White Avenue and guide development of city holdings within the area. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The project launched in the summer of 2022 and included 3 phases of engagement. Over time, the strategy will improve parks, repurpose parking lots, widen sidewalks, increase mobility options, and prioritize pedestrians on key streets, all while increasing housing opportunities to strengthen the area as a place to live, work, and play. Next slide. To establish the path forward, the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy identifies 7 key actions. Each action responds to what we heard through engagement, technical analysis, and policy objectives. The 7 key actions are to create a district park, create a gateway greenway between White Avenue and Saskatchewan Drive, create an urban plaza just north of White Avenue, improve Endestill Park and support mixed market residential development of its parking lot, support development next to Connaught Armory, pedestrianize 83rd Avenue, and prioritize pedestrians on White Avenue with wider sidewalks to provide more space for people to move, as well as for businesses, trees, greenery, and other amenities that will enhance the overall experience on the avenue. Wider sidewalks will also complement the addition of dedicated lanes for bus rapid transit. The next 3 slides summarize the strategy process. Throughout the project, communications and engagement activities offered a variety of ways for people to learn about the project and provide feedback. Citizens and stakeholder groups provided key input on the project approach, offering helpful insights and feedback on various topics, including identifying organizations needing to be involved and concerns and needs from their members. People's recommendations helped strengthen language around barrier-free design, advance discussions on inclusivity, and raise important opportunities and concerns related to business activation and parking. Next slide. Key themes emerging from the feedback included parking. There was support for reallocation of parking space from some quarters, but also concerns about potential impacts on the farmers market, theater organizations, and local businesses. Urban Plaza and 83rd Avenue, we heard support for creating these new people places, as well as concerns about accessible parking for theater patrons. Open space, there was support for parks as key community assets and also concerns about the cost of building them. Housing, there was a clear desire for more affordable housing in the area. Timelines, we heard requests for clearer implementation timelines and alignment of the strategy's recommendations with mass transit plans. And finally, climate resilience. We heard calls for incorporating climate resilience measures into key actions such as more trees and transportation options. In addition to the feedback collected through public engagement, our technical analysis assessed the area's open spaces, mobility, and housing to inform our recommendations. To provide some examples, the city aims for 2.0 hectares of open space per 1,000 residents, yet Old Strathcona currently only has 1.0 hectare per 1,000 residents, and the population is expected to grow significantly. And it's not just the amount of open space, but the kinds of spaces. Analysis demonstrates a need for a district park for wellness activities that would complement what will be offered at Rolling Miles Athletic Park. Sidewalks along White Avenue range from 3.5 to 4 meters in width, which is half the width targeted by the city's Main Street guidelines. And while the city has a long-term goal of 16% non-market housing in every neighborhood, in Strathcona, the non-market housing ratio is approximately 1%. Our technical analysis was based on insights from different demographic data, growth projections, land use and parking analysis, city policies, and on-site observations. Together with engagement feedback, this analysis led to the development of the 7 key actions and recommendations I've just reported. Next slide. To foster vibrant urban spaces, address climate goals, support housing affordability, and enhance livability in Old Strathcona, the Public Realm Strategy addresses trade-offs and mitigations for each action. As an area densifies over time, its mobility system changes to accommodate more people, and those changes are normally in the direction of accommodating more modes of travel and making more efficient use of space. In Old Strathcona's case, creating a more robust mobility system with more options for residents and visitors will require reductions in parking along White Avenue. Adding open space north of White Avenue to support a larger population will also require parking reductions. We've heard that reduced parking could deter visitors, particularly seniors and those with mobility issues, and affect operations at places like the market and performing arts venues. To mitigate this risk, parking changes will be phased and aligned with new improved alternatives, such as dedicated bus lanes and improved transit services. Parking options will remain available for those who need them, with added measures like a parking wayfinding system, accessible spaces, and drop-off zones for rideshare and taxis. Next slide. The key actions in the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy will take many years to realize. This slide illustrates how the 7 key actions in the strategy are expected to roll out over time. As you can see along the bottom of the slide, in the short term, the number of parking stalls will stay the same and no permanent construction, which is we represented through blue lines, will occur. Instead, the city will work on things such as parking wayfinding strategy, seasonal closures of 83rd Avenue, and planning of bus rapid transit. In the medium term, 5 to 8 years from now, an open space master plan will be prepared to define how new development in the Gateway Boulevard corridor will interface with new open space, existing buildings, and a new greenway between White Avenue and the River Valley intended to enhance biodiversity. We hope that reconstruction of White Avenue will also begin in this time period, and that will require removal of at least some parking stalls along the avenue. In the long term, so beyond 2030, construction of new open spaces in the Gateway Corridor will start, and the mixed market development along Saskatchewan Drive will be realized. Through all of this, implementation timelines will be refined based on project prioritization, budget allocation, and alignment with other projects. And administration will continue to work with stakeholders through each implementation step, including business owners, theater groups, and residents. The Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy is a bold vision that aims to meet the needs of this important area within the city by enhancing its public spaces. The strategy reflects the city's policy objectives and incorporates community feedback. Next slide. That concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions after the members of the public speak.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we'll go to members of the public, and my goal would be that we hear all of them before lunch, if that's possible. That way, folks, if they don't want to return or they want to be available by Zoom, they can do so. So I'll look to the clerk. Do you want me to read them out, or do you want to assist with getting everyone seated?
Yes, if you could read them out and confirm that they're here, and then I can lead the people in person to the correct seats.
So, Kendra Connor. Kendra, if you want to come forward. Seat number 1. Todd Cranshaw, seat number 2. Eric DeCorby. Eric, are you with us? Oh, excellent. Seat number 3. Corinne Olson. Corinne, yeah, seat number 4. Kevin Zellweger. Kevin, seat number 5. Jan Olson. Jan? Yeah, seat number 6. Sorry, it's a little hard to see up here, actually, because there's a backlight, so wave big if I miss you. Sheree Clausen, seat number 7. Sheree? Oh, yeah, seat number 7. Shannon Lohner. Shannon, seat number 8. Aaron Budnick.
I'm online.
Excellent, thank you. Corinne Lilo, pardon me, Lilo, yes. Corinne, you're in seat number 10. James Ortlieb. James?
Present.
Excellent, thank you. Wes Price.
Yeah, present.
Excellent. Jarek Connors.
Morning, I'm online.
Okay, thanks. Nathan Binema. Okay, we'll come back. Scott Hughes, number 15. Allison Roslin, number 16. John Maidens.
Yes, I'm online here.
Okay. Bradley Thiessen. Bradley. Okay. Clinton Wong.
Yep, I'm here. I'm online.
Okay. Abdul Abbasi.
I'm online.
Conrad Nobert. Conrad's in person would be 21. Mark Wilson, okay, number 22. And John McKell, number 23. And Elaine Solas, remote. And Laura Denis, Denis, sorry, yeah, number 25, excellent. Yeah, so each speaker will have 5 minutes. You can kind of gauge the pacing where we'll be at that time. If you're at number 20, some quick math there. So we have a protocol speech we read beforehand. For each item, administration may provide opening remarks for a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in a panel, all of you, and you will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will go green for the first 4 minutes and turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of all of you. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function or any of the emojis, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in the confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're with us here in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. Seatbelts are located, yeah, okay, never mind. Sorry, wrong script. Okay, so with that being said, clerk, are we prepared to begin?
We are.
Excellent. Kendra Connor, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee and Council. My name is Kendra Connor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the arts in Old Strathcona. The arts aren't just entertainment. They are the heart and soul of the neighborhood, drawing people together and making Old Strathcona a cultural and tourism destination for our city. My colleagues, Todd, Eric, and I are here representing the Strathcona Performing Arts Association, an advocacy group comprised of 12 local arts groups, cultural organizations, and businesses that define the Old Strathcona neighborhood. I also serve as the executive director of the Varscona Theatre, which hosts over 250 performances annually, and this season saw over 29,000 patrons come through our doors. We share concerns about the impact the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy might have on arts attendance and the future vibrancy of the Strathcona neighborhood. We support the strategy's intentions to create a more beautiful, walkable, and bikeable neighborhood, revitalize infrastructure, and prepare for densification. However, we are worried about the loss of accessible parking. Our primary concern is the potential loss of the Old Strathcona Farmers Market parking lot, which many of our patrons depend on for convenient and affordable parking when attending arts events. The Public Realm Strategy assumes that most visitors to our neighborhood arrive by bus, bike, or on foot. However, for our patrons, this isn't the reality. 85% of Varscona attendees drive to the theater, traveling from various parts of the city and surrounding areas, not just the immediate neighborhood. I spent some time on the ETS trip planner, exploring how long it would take patrons from the outer areas of Edmonton to get to and from my venue, the Varscona, for a 7:30 show this evening. Patrons from areas like Weber Greens, Keswick, or Tamarack face bus rides over an hour each way with multiple transfers. They might not get home after a show until nearly midnight. We understand that improvements to our transit system are being made, and there may be mass transit options in the future, but there will be significant barriers to folks living far away from our venues. Now imagine that you're a senior, or disabled, or even a working parent trying to make this journey in the dead of winter. A taxi or a rideshare from these neighborhoods costs $40 to $50 round trip, plus a $40 theater ticket. For seniors on a fixed income, live theater on Old Strathcona may no longer be an option.
Our fear is that these patrons who make up a considerable amount of our patron base will stop coming. The more complicated it is to get to a venue, the less motivated folks are to attend. Accessibility isn't just ramps or automatic doors. It's also the ability to drive and park close to an arts venue. The loss of the farmers market lot and the proposed seasonal closures of 83rd Avenue will greatly affect our senior and disabled patrons. This is not just about attending a show, it's about whether you can engage with your community. I'll add that our patrons don't just attend shows, they also contribute to the local economy by visiting nearby restaurants and shops. Collectively, our member organizations drew 118,000 patrons to arts events this past season, so I ask, what impact will be felt by local businesses if many of these patrons stop attending? The effect this strategy may have on the local economy has not been studied. Furthermore, the Old Strathcona parking study, which justifies some parking changes in the public realm strategy, was conducted in July 2022 when arts attendance was at an all-time low due to the pandemic. We have all worked tirelessly to restore attendance to pre-COVID numbers. At the Varscona alone, we've seen our audiences more than triple since 2022, and these numbers are not reflected in the earlier study. Moreover, the farmers market lot was studied during daytime hours, while most arts programming occurs at night. With more patrons returning, we believe a new parking study is necessary to assess parking needs more accurately. And my colleague Todd from the Edmonton Jazz Society and Yardbird Suite will now speak to the future of his venue and the broader implications of the public realm strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. Todd Cranshaw.
Thank you, respected members of Council and City Administration, for hosting us here today. My name is Todd Crawshaw. I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Jazz Society, which operates the Yardbird Suite. We've been in continuous operation for 67 years. We enjoy a fantastic, well-earned international reputation among musicians and agents. The International Jazz Bible, Downbeat Magazine, consistently lists us, this Edmonton institution, among the top jazz clubs in the world, and as well as among the handful of the longest continuously operating jazz clubs in North America. I state this because our club should very much be a point of civic pride and treated as an important cultural amenity that those should be actively supported by with civic planning, even among those who claim to not like jazz. Speaking personally, having been raised in the era of Edmonton in which the ugly dirt parking lot dominated our fair city, it feels unnatural for me to champion a sizable dirt lot, yet this is now the position I have to adopt for the greater good of our cultural community. It's a parking lot inherited by the member organizations of the Strathcona Performing Arts Association, and one that became important for all of us in our business sustainability. SPAA was created because we have not been adequately consulted on civic decisions affecting our operations. We have not been meaningfully engaged. The sessions we've enjoyed to date are better described as one-way information sharing and not as stakeholder engagement. We are the experienced producers and presenters who understand the business of cultural diversions and our patron markets in our community. We have not been asked how the full-scale removal of 300 parking lots in our proximity could potentially impact our businesses. That the question has gone unasked by the City of Edmonton thus far in this decision-making process is unreasonable. We hear that there are 3,500 parking spots around Old Strathcona, but very few of these exist within 5 blocks of the Yardbird. 5 blocks may not be a difficult trek for able-bodied patrons, but it does not fit the definition of accessibility, particularly in winter. Street parking is limited. Our residential neighbors are living on streets with parking available on one side only. We endeavor to be good neighbors, and when our patrons are compelled to park in the neighborhood because of our lot's whole removal, we can expect more opportunities for unnecessary conflict. We're largely the reason that both short and long-haul civic tourism marketers in the City of Edmonton and the province of Alberta describe our community as a cultural center for tourists and residents. Our attractions provide direct net benefit to our surrounding business community and to the residents who choose to live here because of the vibrancy we create. The plans for the conversion of the parking lot to a park were fairly recently introduced in the years-long strategy sessions shared with us by the city. We were not granted input into this specific plan, nor given the time for engaging our own patron markets to see how this plan would affect our operations. The first plan I heard spoken of for the parking lot was dedicating 1/3 to the creation of housing, 1/3 dedicated to the creation of a park, and 1/3 still dedicated to surface parking. This would be entirely reasonable to us. The creation of density in a place in which people could work, live, and play. The definition of a walkable neighborhood congruent with the city's goals of 15-minute communities. The current plan will see the lot converted to green space. The term green space means something different in this particular climate. 7 months out of the year, it's either white or cold brown space. People tend not to picnic in the park when it's below freezing, much like cyclists tend not to bike after dark when the bulk of our presentations are occurring. The removal of 100% of the parking amenities in proximity to the SPAA member venues is not reasonable. And be it in 5 years' time, or 8 or 10 years' time, the result will be the same. The groups defining the area as a cultural hub, creating vibrancy, will cease to be, at least in this neighborhood. Would we be met with the same levels of success should we move to a venue in an area of town that's not quite the same vibe as Old Strathcona? Can we replicate the tangible vibe associated with our current room? I can't answer those with certainty. What I can say with certainty is removing the entire parking lot amenity will hurt the organizations in its proximity. We will not be able to sustain our offerings with a potential reduction in attendance of 30 to 40% as indicated by our most recent patron survey. Our SPAA group is not unreasonable. We will support visionary planning that adds to density, beautification, the tax base, and attractive accessibility. Retaining 1/3 of that lot's capacity, 100 spots, allows for future planning, land reclamation, beautification, and importantly, will help sustain our cultural businesses. Whatever happens, the people at the Edmonton Jazz Society will do everything we can to ensure this city has a world-class jazz club. It's just that on this particular path, we expect we will be forced out of a space that has incredible meaning and connection for scores of people. And we will do whatever we can to ensure
time. Thank you.
the continuation.
Yeah, thank you. Guest Eric DeCorby.
Good morning, members of. There we go. Good morning, members of committee. My name is Eric DeCorby, and I'm the treasurer of the Old Strathcona Farmers Market. And I'm joined here today by Corinne Olson, the general manager of the market, and Kevin Zellweger, the president of the market. And they're here to answer questions as well. Collectively, we are all here to represent and articulate the interests of the Strathcona Performing Arts Association, or SPA, which is a non-profit organization of the arts and cultural entities that exist within Old Strathcona, and represents the rich cultural diversity of Old Strathcona and Edmonton. But I would like to take some time to articulate what the farmers market means to Edmonton and the region. For decades, the farmers market has stood as a major cornerstone of Edmonton's rich cultural and economic landscape. We draw visitors from across the region, bringing significant foot traffic to Old Strathcona. People come from neighboring cities and towns to experience the unique offerings that we provide, and we stimulate and catalyze economic activity for the surrounding businesses, creating a vibrant and dynamic community hub. We're open all year round through all seasons. We help enhance Edmonton's reputation as a vibrant winter city, providing lively spaces and color even on our coldest and darkest months. We serve as an incubator where new businesses can take root and grow. We play a vital role in nurturing local entrepreneurs, offering a launchpad for many of Edmonton's successful businesses. With that being said, we share some collective worries associated with the eventual closure of the parking lot to account for the eventual development of an urban park as identified in the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy. First, it should be known that we support the strategy and its goal of creating a stronger and more vibrant public realm. We recognize that these efforts will not only benefit the area and Edmonton as a whole, but will benefit the experience that our patrons have when they visit us. We also know that redevelopment of the parking lot is likely a long-term undertaking for the city, and the closure of the lot isn't imminent. And some language has been added to the strategy, articulating an incremental approach to the redevelopment. However, The market is still recovering from the economic implications of COVID-19 and is still very fragile from an operational viability standpoint. And we feel as though our worries have not been considered, nor are they completely reflected in the strategy. It's important to note here that we recognize that as the area grows and evolves, the parking lot will also grow and evolve. However, as it currently stands, we believe that there hasn't been enough consideration given to the viability of our organization should the main access point for our patrons, the parking lot, be redeveloped. The parking study conducted to inform the public realm strategy, while deficient in our opinion in that it only took measurements at the height of summer and on the weekends, indicates that the lot is at or exceeds capacity during market hours. We know an additional study is to be conducted when the parking lot redevelops, but would like to ensure that the study is more robust and fulsome than the previous study, and an economic impact analysis accompanies it to understand the impacts to our organizations. As previously indicated, we are still quite economically fragile, but we have plans for growth. The market is exploring an additional day, and we have plans to activate our building with a regular storefront for 6 days of the week. While we are supportive of the city's efforts to encourage and facilitate multimodal transportation options, simply put, our patrons rely on the parking lot to visit one of Edmonton's long-standing institutions each weekend. Furthermore, when you think of it, every major city-owned or private facility or attraction does have parking available. We're not asking for a support or non-support decision from this committee. We're also not asking for an all-or-nothing approach when it comes to parking. We believe there's a position of compromise here where non-accessory parking is integrated into the eventual design of the park or other future development plans for the area, but this conversation with us hasn't happened yet. To this point, we would appreciate it if some more time and attention be given to organizations that will be greatly impacted by the redevelopment of the parking lot. And we are requesting that this committee refers the strategy back to administration for further engagement and consultation with interested stakeholders, including the Strathcona Performing Arts Association, to gain a deeper understanding of the potential economic implications and potential impacts to the operational viability of interested stakeholders. If a referral is not on the table, we would like to see a member of committee make a motion to include language within the plan that clearly articulates additional engagement with our organizations prior to redevelopment. A more robust and fulsome parking study be conducted, and an economic impact analysis be conducted to understand the implications to our organization prior to redevelopment. We appreciate your openness to consider our proposal. To reiterate, we are not asking this committee to oppose the strategy. We are just seeking some additional engagement around a major component of the strategy that will have long-lasting impacts to our organization's operational viability and the associated detrimental implications to the cultural scene. Thank you.
Thank you. Guest Olson, you have 5 minutes.
I'm just here for answers to questions. So Kevin and I are both here for support.
You'll waive the right to speak at this time, but if we have questions, we can ask them to you. And
Absolutely.
Kevin? Same thing, waiving the right to speak at this time? Yeah, okay, awesome. That was Corinne Olson and then Jan Olson. Yeah, Jan, over to you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jan Olson. I grew up in Strathcona. I live here and I work in this neighborhood. I'm here speaking as a resident of the neighborhood, not on behalf of the Community League or of SPA, which I am both a part of as well. I have been in the Old Strathcona Foundation, the Alberta Heritage Foundation. I wrote a best-selling local history book on Old Scona. I know this area. I know the history of this area. It is a historic area. My concern is about the building that you're wanting to build at the end of Steele Park. In your study, you state that when the city population doubles, that Old Scona's population will triple. That means that our community is going to more than take the population increase than the rest of the city. I'm all for densification, but I'm not for densification when it takes away from the cultural feel of a neighborhood. Where are we going to put these people? Well, we've got quite a few places that are on the rise. We have 2 new high-rises on White Avenue, one high-rise to be built on 89th and 99th Street, a high-rise that's going to be built on the Connaught parking lot, a high-rise that's to be built on St. Anthony's, high-rises on 81st Avenue and Calgary Trail that are being built at present, and next I hear rumorings of the funeral home on McIntyre Park that's going to be selling their lot, and that will turn into high-rises as well. On the end of Steel Park, you're wanting to build a high-rise and marketplace. And you're wanting to build it on the parking lot that is right next to the Ritchie Mill. So technically not on the park. But if you build a high-rise there, it will ruin the historic view that has existed there for ages. We have already lost a historic view of the old train station. That was an error that happened at this council in the previous council. It was supposed to be saved, and the developer built in a building and got rid of the historic view, and the city did not then tell them they had to take it down. We need to retain the historicness of this area. When I was on the Alberta Heritage Council, our economic assessment for and this is 5 years ago because the Alberta Heritage Foundation and the Old Strathcona Foundation do not exist anymore. It was $8 for every dollar the city put in. That is an incredible impact that this community has. And a large portion of that is because people like to go there. Why? Because it feels homey and comfy. I'm extremely worried that you're going to sell public lands to a private developer. 5 years ago, the Metro Tower developers tore down the old church behind the old post office. They said they could not build it without low income. It remains a dirt plot to this day. After this Metro debacle, I do not trust that any future developers will not create this $1 million view for low income people. In fact, no one does in our neighborhood. It's laudable. This building has the potential to increase wind tunnel problems, and again, take away the historic view, the last park that is overlooking the river valley in Old Strathcona. We don't have enough overview of our beautiful, beautiful world-class river view. I suggest that you hold off on what you're going to build in this area on this spot. Leave it for future development, for future ideas. It's great to have a plan, but not everything has to be done at once. We are already increasing the density dramatically in this area with the high rises, and that's great. But let's not overdo it and ruin the kind of garden feel, the community feel that we have in Old Strathcona. I'm not against all of the plans in the realm. I just think that we should double think before we completely destroy this view. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Next is Cherie Clausen.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Cherie Clausen. I'm the Executive Director with the Old Strathcona Business Association. We are the second largest business improvement area in Edmonton. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my board that enthusiastically supports the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy. Why are we so enthusiastic? For so many reasons. As you know, BIAs like ours, our mandate is to develop initiatives, programs, and projects that support revitalization of a geographic commercial district. For the last 30 years, our organization has invested in our business members' dollars to lead various projects that support community economic development in Edmonton's favorite shopping district. Whether it be contracting a litter cleanup crew to clean up the streets, creating murals on blank walls to add art, supporting international theater festivals, or advocating for better accessibility and infrastructure, we know that concerted investment is vital to Old Strathcona's vibrancy and sustainability. We are confident that Old Strathcona will continue to be the city's most beloved shopping, dining, tourist, and entertainment district. But we need the city's support to sustain this vibrant area that welcomes over 1 million people and visitors a year. When you walk down White Avenue right now, you can see that the sidewalks are uneven, crumbling, and inaccessible. Our one public park is small, aging, and all of our festivals have outgrown it. Our street is dangerous to cross, and sitting on our patios is unpleasant due to very loud traffic. It is long overdue to invest in our beloved district, as the last major renewal was done in the 1980s. In 2019, our BIAs advocated for renewal of our main streets to be complete by 2030, and a city bylaw was passed to do just that. Now we need to act on that policy to ensure our most treasured Main Street can be enjoyed for the next 40 years. Back in 2018, Plan White Land Use Study taught us a lot about why people come to the area, what they want, and how they want to access it. Plan White also recommended that a public realm strategy was needed to set the area up for renewal and for growth and investment. That was in 2018. It is now 2024. Our organization has been advocating for this strategy since then, and while we see our city invest in other parts of the city, we urge you to act now on moving this strategy forward. The city has defined Scona District as a priority growth area and anticipates population tripling from 56,000 to 193,000 people. Old Strathcona is recognized as one of the most densely populated areas in the Scona District, so is expected to experience a more significant rate of growth. This means we need renewed infrastructure for future to support that growth. We know that both through our own research and the city's research that visitors who come to our area come to walk, explore, and spend the day. In the first phase of engagement through the public realm strategy, when asked how visitors got to the area, 65% said they walk or wheel, 50% cycle, 48% take transit, and a combined 43% either drive or are a passenger of a vehicle. Our own research echoes this. In 2021, we did a study as part of a business recruitment strategy. What we learned was that 74% of respondents said they walk around and explore several shops, while only 23% said they visited 1 or 2 shops but did not walk around. In addition, when we asked what their top 3 reasons for visiting were, 61% of respondents indicated that they enjoy the walkability of the district and exploring the many diverse stores and restaurants and patios. We know that consumer and social habits are changing and have significantly changed since the pandemic. We know that our customers demand more and want higher quality experience when they're visiting. The vision in this strategy isn't outlandish or unrealistic. It's what visitors have been asking for decades. We know that we need to move forward and expedite this strategy from a vision to an implementable plan. We need approval so that design work can be funded and the next phases of implementation can be started. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is guest Loner. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee. My name is Shannon Loner, and I'm speaking to you today as chair of Paths for People. We are an Edmonton-based nonprofit organization focused on making Edmonton a safer place to walk, roll, and cycle. We're speaking today in support of the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy due to the strategy's focus on creating a pedestrian-centered main street and prioritizing accessibility for all modes of transportation throughout the strategy. The strategy stitches together plans for evolving our transportation, recreation, and future land use potential in the area in order to better serve residents, businesses, and visitors. The strategy's implementation will reshape the roadways, sidewalks, and public spaces over several years to meet the current and future needs of the community. This will not come through harsh, immediate change, rather a slow evolution over time. The time to invest in this strategy is now, due to the critical state of sidewalk infrastructure on White Ave and the growing needs of this district. At present, White Avenue's sidewalk infrastructure is crumbling and in disrepair. This creates significant barriers to accessibility, as those who use mobility aids, strollers, and more cannot safely and smoothly navigate the street. The OSPRS mitigates many of these issues we're currently experiencing on White Ave and surrounding areas by creating wider walkways and ensuring that a barrier-free pedestrian zone is maintained so that everyone, no matter the level of physical ability, can move through the space with ease and comfort year-round. Additionally, every vehicle trip starts and ends with a walk or a roll to your final destination. With considerations such as maintaining pickup and drop-off zones, the strategy accommodates the varying needs of different visitors in order to maximize access for all. With the City of Edmonton's population growing rapidly, we need to urgently reimagine our public spaces to prioritize active modes in order to reach our goal of 50% of trips taken by active transportation or public transit as identified in the city plan. Given that the White Ave/Scona area has been identified as a priority growth area for the city, we need to fast track these investments to ensure that the thousands of new neighbors will not feel the need to use a personal vehicle as their primary means of transportation around the district. We can achieve this through targeted investments in active transportation and mass transit, and the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy provides key guidance on how to do that. As a frequent user and patron of this area of myself, I'm eagerly awaiting the renewal of sidewalks on White Ave and the redevelopment of the parking lot into a district park and plaza. I visit the farmers market every Saturday in the summer, and I want nothing more than to just eat fresh fruit and pastries in a beautiful park in the middle of one of our most vibrant districts in the city. Right now, the parks that are available are too small and are missing key pieces of infrastructure like sidewalks and benches and green space. The Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy vision for a district park would provide additional vibrancy to the area and stitch together many of the amenities that this district has to offer. Finally, I wanted to highlight that we need a strong plan in place to thoughtfully implement investments soon. This project is currently unfunded and has expected timelines of 10 or more years to completion. We see this as a major hindrance to advancing the renewal that the area desperately needs. Paths for People is urging Urban Planning Committee and the rest of City Council to identify funding for this project and accelerate its implementation. At minimum, we hope that you can advance this strategy now by exploring low-cost and high-impact changes that can easily improve the public realm, such as pedestrianizing 83rd Ave. This can be done through different pilots or seasonal initiatives to advance some changes now while keeping costs low. We do not want to see this incredible strategy grow dusty on a shelf, especially at a time of incredible growth and change for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Guest Budnick.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here today representing the Edmonton Bike Coalition to voice our strong support for the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy. This project is not just about improving roads and infrastructure. It's about making Edmonton, or making one of Edmonton's most vibrant, historic, and culturally significant areas more livable, accessible, and safer for everyone. Old Strathcona is a hub for active transportation and micromobility. Whether you're biking, walking, or scootering to or through the area, this is a key route for people moving throughout the city. It's also home to some of Edmonton's most beloved businesses, including the farmers market and many arts organizations. These businesses and nonprofits thrive when more people can comfortably move around the area, and improvements to the public realm will ensure that Old Strathcona continues to attract Edmontonians and visitors alike. Parked cars do not patronize businesses or the arts, and the area is already saturated with an excessive amount of parking. Losing a substandard lot that never seems to have more than 25 cars in it is hardly a loss for the area. However, the area would benefit from more affordable non-market housing, green space, and connectivity for those outside of cars. Right now, Old Strathcona is in dire need of traffic calming and noise reduction measures. The current setup prioritizes vehicles over people, creating an environment that's not only dangerous, but also unwelcoming to pedestrians and cyclists. By investing in traffic calming, pedestrianization, and safety improvements, we can turn this space into a people-first destination where residents, visitors, and businesses can all thrive. The strategy also aligns perfectly with the City of Edmonton's 2050 goals and expected population growth. By investing in sustainable transportation infrastructure now, we can support long-term growth while reducing our financial and environmental impacts. Making it easier for people to walk, bike, or use micromobility options in Old Strathcona will help us transition towards a greener, more sustainable future. Connections between the White Ave area and the River Valley also help more people move in a sustainable way and will encourage more people to visit Old Strathcona. There may be concerns from some businesses about parking or disruptions, but we have to think long-term. Cities around the world have shown that when you create spaces that prioritize people over cars, businesses benefit the most. More foot traffic means more customers and better overall experience for everyone in the community. This is an opportunity for Edmonton to lead by example. By supporting the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy, we're investing in a healthier, safer, and more vibrant future for all Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Guest Lillo. Yep, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, dear council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name's Corrine Lillo, and I operate our family music store, Lillo's Music, which is located at 10848 82nd Avenue. My parents started the business in 1963, and we're now celebrating 61 years in business. We sell musical instruments, do repairs, rentals, and offer music lessons. Our customers come from all around the city as well as from out of town. We have many customers that come with their vehicles and have need of close, accessible parking. When the bike lanes were installed on 83rd Avenue, the free 2-hour parking was eliminated. The street parking farther away is often full, being used by residents and university students. Our customers must rely on the parking on White Avenue. If there's no close available parking, this will have devastating consequences to our business. I've talked to many other businesses in our block as well as businesses further along White Avenue. Most of the businesses that I've talked to want to keep the parking on White Avenue for their customers. They do not want wider sidewalks. They are also concerned about the parking at the Farmers Market and the proposed closure of 83rd Avenue by the Varscona Theater. I also asked businesses if they would prefer a parklet, which is on White Ave, or a parking stall. And most said they would prefer a parking stall. Close accessible parking is essential for many of the businesses in Old Strathcona. The current public realm strategy proposes to eliminate over 600 close accessible parking spots in the area, of which 255 are on White Avenue. This will have devastating economic impacts on all the businesses and services in the area if this parking is removed. I'm here to ask Council and the Old Strathcona Business Association to consider the needs of the businesses in the Old Strathcona. There is not a consensus amongst the businesses in regards to the public realm strategy. In fact, when I talked to many of the businesses in the spring, they were not aware of the public realm proposals. They expressed concerns during the spring meeting at the Old Strathcona Business Association, and these concerns have not been addressed. I would therefore ask City Council to recommend further consultations before any plan can go ahead. There's a need for an economic impact study, a new parking study, roadway study for 83rd Ave, as well as further discussions with the businesses in the area on what they need in regards to parking in order to thrive in the Old Strathcona area. Improvements and capital investments are certainly welcome, but these must be aligned with the needs of the businesses that bring the people to the area and the stakeholders that make Old Strathcona a great place to work, shop, entertain, and do business. And the other thing I'd like to mention too about the comment about the sidewalks is that Old Strathcona area was slated in 2027 for improvement. The city had put money aside already for improvement to the sidewalks, so which had nothing to do with the Old Strathcona public realm strategy. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Guess Ortlieb,
Yes, thank you.
5 minutes.
Yep, my name is James Ortlieb. I own property and businesses in Old Strathcona. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Old Strathcona Public Realm Report. Yes, Old Strathcona needs the road and sidewalk infrastructure revitalized. The parking lanes running east and west along White Avenue could benefit from some incursions to create a more consistent look for a few patio seating areas or parklets. However, White Avenue is a major thoroughfare and always will be, whether cars are powered by gas or electricity. Most of the parking lane should be left for parking. The active road lanes should be left for traffic. That said, I am terribly disappointed by a consistent mantra of eliminating the parking lot associated with the farmers market. My main concern is with an agenda-driven pair of reports powered by city-employed activists. For 3 years, businesses in Old Strathcona have attended one public realm meeting after the next to protect parking areas, only to have our concerns included as passing thoughts. Meanwhile, city-paid activists falsely claim that what they heard was that the public wants more parks, mixed housing, basically anything but parking for our customers. This is false. The 2022 parking study was flawed from the get-go. The study was conducted in 2022 after COVID pounded retail shops into bankruptcy. Bricks and mortar businesses were replaced by online sales, and the office space market was forever changed by remote work technologies. Even today, Old Strathcona's businesses are running at a fraction of the business levels of prior years, and hopefully the eventual return of customers will restore the need for more parking. Although the public realm report pays lip service to our parking concerns, they are quickly dismissed by what they heard from citizens. Activists within the city put their thumb on the scale for that one too. They claim that 20,000 citizens told them that parking should be eliminated. I asked where they found 20,000 residents or businesses in Old Strathcona, and their answer was they didn't. The city had to solicit input from folks in Pleasantview, Park Allen, Allendale, and other areas as far south as 51st Avenue. Few or none of those people live or work in Old Strathcona. We don't know what goes on in their backyard, and they don't understand our needs. We don't butt into their business, and their uninformed votes don't count in our business. The city deceptively asked people if they would rather have a dusty parking lot or a pretty new park. Many people picked the park. Presented that way, I might even pick the park. However, if the city had been honest and said, which would you rather have? The Farmers Market, the Varscona Theatre, the Fringe Festival, Art Walk, pubs, restaurants, and shops, or just another park with dandelions, the results would have favored all of the reasons that people come to Old Strathcona. And none of those reasons include visiting one more underused, poorly maintained, homeless encampment park. Even worse, when informed that the loss of the Farmers Market parking lot would mean the assured loss of the market itself, city personnel responded with, well, we never said they could be there forever. That's right. Let's kill off the business of dozens of vendors so some activists can make more useless parks. The cavalier and dismissive attitude towards the livelihoods of hardworking Edmontonians operating their businesses in Old Strathcona is summarized on page 16 of today's agenda document under phased changes to parking. And I quote, phased reductions to publicly owned parking lots would support the city's planned target to have 50% of trips made by transit or active transportation. The city was not even listening to citizens because they are driven by their, and I quote, climate goals. The city's refrain of what we heard has been a fraud. Please do not kill off our ability to survive as businesses and pay for higher taxes. Save yourselves the expense of redeveloping and maintaining unneeded park space and keep the parking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, quick point of order. Can we just do a quick decorum reminder? Because I think the notion of city employed activists is very disrespectful to our city staff, and I'd like to make sure that future speakers are engaging in an actual respectful dialogue. So if you could just do a reminder of that, please.
Yeah, duly noted. Let's try and keep remarks to our matter at hand and not suppose the intentions of others. Guest Price, are you here?
Yeah, you bet. I'm here.
Okay, you have the floor. 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. And thanks for letting me speak. And to be honest, it's my first time doing this, so I appreciate the administration for making the sign-up process as easy as possible. I am here today just as a Edmonton resident, just speaking on behalf of myself, not only in favor of moving forward with the Old Strathcona public realm strategy, but in funding it as soon as possible. And then hopefully from there, from there and into the future, we can implement more of those principles throughout the city. Based off speakers so far, there's quite a bit of people that are much more familiar with the contents of it than maybe I am. But from what I've heard, both in favor and against, there's still a lot of positive aspects that this strategy can bring. And it supports its funding. For myself, I lived in Old Strathcona for about 10 years through university and the start of my career. Unfortunately, I live elsewhere now, but it was a very positive part of my life living in Old Strathcona. You could see transportation alternatives throughout the community that were a big part of the culture in the area for the entire time that I was around and growing and increasing through that time as well. Through the adding of the alternative transportation, the bike paths, and all that, I could see just for myself significant increase in the use of these transport methods. So there's a clear demand there that hasn't haven't been met, not even close just yet. And then the demand for these changes doesn't even stop at Old Strathcona. But I do see that Old Strathcona as a leader and model for other communities to follow. For myself personally, it motivates me to help bring these ideas into my own community in the city. For the plan itself, I personally think that more can be done to pedestrianize streets, implement multimodal transportation, and allow for denser than single-family homes in the area. But it presents a substantial step forward as the city continues to grow, adapt, and improve the quality of life for all its residents. The changes shown in the report is long overdue, and it is still encouraging to see that the strategy go into the next phase, so that any maintenance and life cycle replacement that do take place can result in continual improvements to the area. As you said, it's long overdue. I understand that the report was done about 7 years ago with still no funding. So I hope that with the progress that Administration Council has completed in the past few years can continue, and we can keep pushing forward to get this plan in place. As a quick aside, before I finish up, I did read about a study that was conducted by the city that showed that vehicle traffic on the streets is about a third from outside of the city, which obviously will add to a significant amount of congestion and wear and tear on the roads. So I would hope that tax dollars could go towards something that more efficiently and safely transports people throughout the city. And this strategy is an example of that makes Old Strathcona a stronger, safer, and more sustainable community for all. Both if you live there and if you live outside and are visiting. For that 1 million visitor number a few times. It's a very, very large number, and everyone coming there through cars will definitely clog up the streets and make it a less safe environment. Just keeping with the status quo of vehicle traffic, it isn't good enough. Just with all said, just concluding, it is a big ticket item. It's a big change, and it's difficult to get from a concept to concrete on the ground. But it's worth it. It will provide that sustainable growth that the city needs. I'm confident that the city can push forward with funding this long overdue strategy as soon as possible, as it clearly aligns with all the other city plan goals that are in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Guest Connors. Jarek Connors.
Yes, good morning. Perfect, you brought up the slides. Yes, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jarek Connors, and I'm an urban planner residing in Ward Papasteo. While recognizing that the motion before you today is to accept this information, I am here to support seeing the strategy implemented and ultimately to improve the public realm of the Old Strathcona area. Can you move to the next slide, please? So this strategy has been a long time coming. The old rail lands making up the backbone have long been a scar dividing the community and creating a good side of white, bad side of white mentality in patrons. It's an impenetrable parking space delineating halves, it's a turning point for retail browsers, and it ultimately harms businesses east of the historic area from maximizing their potential. So it's refreshing to finally see some momentum on this issue. Next slide, please. The strategy presents a well-visioned and dedicated area for naturalized outdoor third space, otherwise lacking and constrained by the historic development patterns of Old Strathcona. Uniting the halves is a well-designed pedestrian spine and open spaces tailored for flexible programming. The design even leverages assets and instills development continuity by permitting mixed market development on underutilized land. By creating a well-designed third space, the city is removing a turnaround boundary, instead making a space for meeting, lingering, and socialization. Also uplifting exposure to surrounding areas, leading to economic boosts through knock-on effects. Next slide, please. Beyond connectivity and beautification, this open space is also a functional necessity. While aerial maps may deceive with images showing multiple pockets of open space, they are generally small, overtaken by uses that make the remaining space negligible, or are associated with organizations such as schools that perceptually stigmatize the space to be intended for particular users. Acknowledged in the strategy is a ratio of 1 hectare of open space per 1,000 residents, significantly below the 2.0 average for mature neighborhoods. Recent and upcoming growth is surely going to strain it further. This ratio also only factors in neighborhood resident needs. Given the area's prominence as a tourism draw, spatial planning for that regular temporal influx of people needs to be accounted for as well. The most functional open space present, McIntyre Park, is regularly booked for major events that both help with vibrancy, but also limits open spaces for those who can't or don't want to participate in the event utilizing the park. Succinctly put, more open space is needed for the community. Next slide, please. But providing open space is not the only item from the plan needed. Aligning with the strategy, it's also imperative we better pedestrianize the public realm. Through Old Strathcona Business Association survey data, it's noted that at a 3-to-1 ratio, patrons browse, linger, and explore rather than quickly swing by for a couple shop stop, and walkability of the area is the most given reason for why people visit in the first place. And yet the space dedicated for walkability is highly limited. Post-COVID gains have been happening through piecemeal, incremental, and temporary efforts like seasonal patios, but it's time to tackle it sincerely and holistically. Even with minimal gains, the degree of street furnishings and activations either compete with or get limited by pedestrian through zones because the current space is simply not enough. Next slide, please. Investment in pedestrianized public spaces pays returns back at degrees exponential to tax incentives, while simultaneously bettering the lives of people in the vicinity. Lancaster, California invested $11.2 million converting its downtown area from multiple lanes to only a couple travel lanes and proceeded to see a doubling of pedestrian activity, substantially less collisions, and an increase in area revenue and property value. As an ROI, that $11.2 million created about $100 million in private investment and about $280 million in total economic impact, or approximately 25 times what was initially put in. Seasonal pedestrianization efforts in Madrid and Dublin concurrently saw 9.5% to 10% retail activity increase as well. And research from San Francisco and Portland identified that walkers and transit users, though spending less per trip than car users, frequented smaller businesses and social spaces substantially more and ultimately spent equal or more per month than vehicle users at these locations. Next slide, please. So joining in the chorus with other voices, my wish is that the strategy moves beyond information and into action. There's likely going to be kinks and hiccups with the vision, and some aspects may need to be modified over time. But to help guide this, the strategy outlines short-term actions that can be undertaken with minimal expense and risk, provided the necessary support is put behind it. As Edmonton goes through its highest population growth ever, the needs and demands for actions proposed is rapidly increasing. Projects like this take years to unfold, so if we're already starting behind, we're risking making any transitory growing pains worse the longer we take to get going. Old Strathcona is a premier gem of the city, and it's time we implement improvements to one of Edmonton's most important and vibrant places. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll be free to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next is guest Nathan Binema, remote.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Thank you. And good morning, Urban Planning Committee. My name is Nathan Binema, and I've been a resident of the Strathcona neighborhood for 5 years, and I'm here to speak in support of this strategy. Like many residents, I make a visit to the farmers market on an occasional Saturday, and I enjoy most of the walk from my place of residence near Mill Creek ravine along the lovely tree-lined boulevards of the neighborhood. The last bit across the parking lot and Gateway Boulevard, however, is decidedly less pleasant. When I first heard that there was a plan to transform the parking lot into something else, I felt excited about the prospect. I think repurposing the parking lot as a greenway, district park, and urban plaza will do a lot to enliven the space and make it more people-friendly. With a park instead of a parking lot, I could see myself actually spending time in the corridor, walking, sitting, chatting, or cycling in this open space, which provides a great view of the river valley and of historic Strathcona buildings. Upon investigating further, I found that there were further aspects to the strategy, including closing 83rd Avenue to cars and widening sidewalks and prioritizing pedestrians on 82nd Avenue. And I look forward to those changes as well. I couldn't think of a better stretch of road to close to cars than 83rd Avenue between Gateway and 104th Street. With the Wood Rat Cafe and Sugared and Spiced and the plaza already existing on the south side and McIntyre Park on the north side, I also believe that White Avenue is a great place to expand the public realm. And I'd like to speak to key action number 4 for a moment, which includes the mixed market development at the end of Steele Park. The first key consideration was to ensure that heights and densities align with the city plan and the Strathcona district plan, and I think that's fantastic. And to be ecologically sensitive, I would suggest not making the development a high rise because in my understanding, high rises near a natural area create hazards for birds, as well as noise and light pollution, which adversely affects the ability of wildlife to navigate their environment. And I think requiring ecologically sensitive design for this development would make it that much more of a showpiece for how the city is investing in creating spaces that are friendly and vibrant for people and for all forms of life. I trust that the project team will continue to engage with ecological planners, experts, and advocacy groups as this good work moves forward. And finally, I'm a Strong Towns reader. One of the principles of the Strong Towns approach, in my understanding, is to do the math on long-term fiscal sustainability. And another one is that land in cities is the most valuable asset, and development or redevelopment should serve to increase the land value. So I think there's reasons to believe that actions 1 to 3 would improve the value of the land and the surrounding properties, and also that narrowing White Avenue while increasing public space would increase the value of that land and reduce the city's long-term maintenance obligations as reduced car traffic reduces wear and tear on the roads. I think it would be a good idea, though, to track these metrics or to generate some numbers or projections on that to better learn from this redevelopment project and to demonstrate its long-term value and provide support for similar initiatives in the future. So summarizing, my main feedback would be to ensure ecologically sensitive design of the mixed market development and take steps to measure the benefits of this redesign. Overall, my message is support. I think the strategy makes a lot of good steps in good directions, and I trust that issues and concerns that arise as it is implemented will be dealt with in a good way in conversation with community and stakeholders. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Guest Benema. Guest Hughes, Scott Hughes, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Scott Hughes, and I'm the owner of Ritchie Mill, one of Edmonton's oldest and most cherished heritage buildings. Ritchie Mill has been an integral part of Edmonton's landscape since 1892, and we have worked hard and invested to preserve its heritage while transforming it into a successful commercial hub. Next slide, please. To give you a bit of background, at its inception in 1892, Ritchie Mill was viewed as the foundation of Strathcona for its contribution of wealth to the district. The mill spurred agriculture production in the Edmonton region, provided quality flour to residents, delivered to the Indigenous reserves, and helped meet international flour demand throughout World War II. Robert Ritchie was a councillor and became mayor of Strathcona in 1900. By the late 1970s, times had changed and Ritchie Mill was a target for demolition. However, the community worked to designate it as a historical landmark, and it has since been designated as a municipal and provincial historical building and is listed on the Federal Registry of Canada's Historic Places. Next slide, please. In spite of the designation, Ritchie Mill sat unrestored and vacant. In order for the city to sell it, they worked with the private sector to create a viable business case for its restoration and leasability. Part of the business case was providing parking. The city created space adjacent to Ritchie Mill within End of Steele Park for a 58-stall parking lot in 1991 for the exclusive use of the mill's tenants. In addition, the private sector had to build 26 publicly accessible stalls along Tommy Banks Way. For almost 4 decades now, the city has exclusively leased this 58-stall parking lot at market lease rates to Ritchie Mill, and we've maintained it and paid the property taxes. The parking is critical to the building's success, with over 50 businesses operating out of Ritchie Mill that rely on convenient, accessible parking. However, with the current lease set to expire on December 31st, 2029, with no lease extension option offered by city administration, we face a significant challenge. The city is considering selling the parking lot for redevelopment, but without a replacement plan for parking for Ritchie Mill. I don't want to exaggerate, but I want to be clear that if Ritchie Mill loses these stalls, it will have a devastating impact on our tenants, our financial viability, and the long-term future of this historic asset. Next slide, please. The loss of this parking would lead to significant tenant vacancies, resulting in difficulties for mortgage refinancing. We would be in danger of losing this heritage asset, and that loss would affect the broader Strathcona community. The relationship between Ritchie Mill and the city has always been based on the understanding that parking is essential. The city's ability to sell Ritchie Mill to the private sector back in 1992 and our continued success as a commercial property have hinged on the provision of parking. Next slide, please. As we approach the expiry of our lease, the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy proposes selling and redeveloping the parking lot, but it doesn't address the need to provide alternative parking for Ritchie Mill. The city has always supported Ritchie Mill's heritage preservation. In fact, council unanimously approved an expansion in 2021, which is shown here. However, without the certainty of long-term parking, this expansion cannot go forward. Next slide, please. All this being said, we believe there is a simple win-win solution that benefits everyone. With thoughtful planning and collaboration, we can align the city goals with Ritchie Mill's needs, ensuring that this heritage building continues to thrive for generations to come. I'll now pass things over to Allison to discuss the solution and how we could move forward together.
Thank you. Guest Rosalind, 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Allison Roseland, a planning consultant with Situate, and I'm here today to discuss the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy and how it relates to Ritchie Mill. As Scott mentioned, we're not here just to discuss the problem, but to offer a solution that can benefit everyone involved. The win-win solution we are proposing ensures that any redevelopment of the parking lot area in End of Steel Park includes both public parking as well as Ritchie Mill specific parking. We believe this solution aligns perfectly with the city's goals of redevelopment and supports the future of Old Strathcona as a thriving mixed-use community. It's a solution that preserves the integrity of Ritchie Mill while helping the city achieve its broader vision for the area. Next slide, please. Basically, what we're asking for today is for the committee to support a motion to amend the strategy. Specifically, we're asking for 2 provisions to be included in the key considerations under key action number 4. Number 1 would be that any developer who purchases the parking lot and redevelops it must include publicly accessible parking as part of the project. And number 2, the developer must also provide dedicated parking for Ritchie Mill tenants, either through underground parking or another mutually agreed upon solution. Both Ritchie Mill and the developer will need to act in good faith, ensuring a fair agreement that works for both parties. This proposal builds on the strategy's plan to redevelop the site and ensures that any redevelopment doesn't overlook the needs of long-standing community assets like Ritchie Mill. Next slide, please. In addition to amending the strategy, we're also requesting that a member of the committee make a notice of motion today. The notice of motion would direct administration to ensure that the sale of the parking lot area in End of Steel Park goes through a transparent process with direct council oversight. We are asking that Scott be given the right of first refusal to purchase the parking lot at market value. This would allow him to continue managing the parking needs of Ritchie Mill while integrating with future redevelopment plans. Should Scott not be the purchaser, we ask that any sale include conditions requiring publicly accessible parking and provisions for Ritchie Mill's parking needs. This approach would be similar to the direction that Council gave in 2016 with the Hat at Old Strathcona, which is the Sidex development on 81st Avenue and 105th Street, where Council directed that public parking be incorporated into a private project. Next slide, please. The Hat is an excellent example of what we're asking for here today. In that case, the city ensured that the developer provided public parking by including a condition of sale that required the property to be rezoned to a direct control zone that required the public parking. In this case, we're asking for a standalone motion to signal that direction to administration. By taking this approach, the city can achieve its redevelopment goals while ensuring that vital heritage assets like Ritchie Mill continue to contribute to the community. Next slide, please. I also want to mention that if the committee decides today to postpone further work on the strategy or refer it back to administration, that would still leave Ritchie Mill in a state of uncertainty. In this scenario, we are requesting that a committee member make a notice of motion to extend the lease for Ritchie Mill's parking lot for at least 1 year, with options for further extensions. Without this extension, Ritchie Mill faces significant financial uncertainty, as Scott has already explained, including the ability to refinance the mortgage in 2025 and renew tenant leases, which would place the future of the building in jeopardy. Next slide, please. In conclusion, this is an opportunity to create a win-win scenario that benefits the city and Ritchie Mill. By amending the strategy and including these parking provisions, we are protecting a valuable heritage site while also promoting responsible development in Old Strathcona. We urge you to make these motions today to ensure that Ritchie Mill can continue to thrive and contribute to the community for years to come. Thank you for your time, and both Scott and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Guest Maidens? John Maidens?
Hello, yeah. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present today. Yeah, I'm a resident of the Strathcona neighborhood. I live basically on the corner of 101st Street and 85th Avenue, 1 block away from the proposed greenway. And I'm joining you today just to express my support for the plan. I feel like it's been very well thought out and would be an incredible thing for our neighborhood. So I was born and raised here in Edmonton, but recently moved back after spending almost a little over a decade, first in Vancouver and then in Berkeley, California. And I've been really impressed by a lot of the changes that have happened in the neighborhood in the time that I was away. Bike infrastructure in particular has improved incredibly. I'm a big fan of the 83rd Avenue bicycle corridor. I use it all the time, as well as the new 106th Street bike lanes. I used to bike. I attended Strathcona High School and used to bike, from there to my parents' home in Capilano. And if I had that at the time, this 83rd Avenue bike lane, it would have been, incredible. So, and also, I want to thank Edmonton Urban Planning for that, and also I'm very impressed that Edmonton has been able to remain relatively affordable, at least among large cities in Canada, thanks to urban planning's ability to walk the difficult line between preserving history and valued institutions, alongside building much needed housing. So this, of course, brings us to the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy that I strongly support. In particular, my house is about 1 block from the proposed Gateway Greenway, and I think that would just be such an incredible asset to our community. I also, we've heard from a lot of other institutions within the neighborhood about sort of about parking specifically. I'm someone who's a big fan of many of these institutions. My wife and I chose to live in Strathcona largely because of our proximity to a lot of these places, including the farmers market. I cut through the Old Strathcona Market farmers parking lot on foot, I would say most days. So I see basically firsthand that outside of Saturday mornings, it's fairly underutilized. So I would, I was there, I think Sunday afternoon, maybe about 50 people in the parking lot. I went for a late lunch yesterday around maybe 2 o'clock, maybe 12 to 15 people in the parking lot. I will admit it definitely does get used very heavily between maybe like 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Saturdays. But other than that, I see it mostly empty. And so I think our community would benefit immensely from being able to use this for green space, for cycling, and a lot of the things that have been proposed within this strategy. So yeah, I wanted to take the last minutes that I have just to talk briefly about my wife and I are expecting our first child in February, and to me, this has really underscored the urgency of making some of these changes. Probably a year from now, he's going to start learning to walk, and it would just be incredible to have the wider sidewalks on White Avenue to improve his safety, and to have that sooner rather than later. Probably in 2 years from now, if he's anything like me, he'll love taking the bus. And so implementing this bus rapid transit as soon as we can would be a huge boost for us. In 3 or 4 years, he's going to be ready to start riding his bike. And I would love to be able to teach him to do that in a beautiful park rather than a gravel parking lot along Gateway Boulevard. And 5 years from now, he'll go to school. We're hoping to send him to Queen Alex and be able to take the 83rd Avenue Greenway in order to get him there. So I think the sooner we can pedestrianize that, the better. Yeah, thanks so much, everyone, for your time today.
Thank you, John. Guest Thiessen, Bradley Thiessen.
All right. Yes. Good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brad. I've lived in Edmonton all my life. Several years ago, I used to live right on White Ave as well. It was a great place to live with a vibrant community, just full of life. Unfortunately, with rising rent prices meant that I had to move away, a bit farther away from there, unfortunately. But Old Strathcona and that area is still a place that I love and visit often. So I'm here today to speak in full support of the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy because I believe it's an important step towards making this area even better for families like mine and for the entire community. When I lived on White, one of the things that I loved most was just being able to walk and cycle everywhere. The sense of community was strong. You could grab a coffee, meet up with friends, visit the Old Strathcona Farmers Market on the Saturdays. It was, the farmers market itself, it's a huge draw for locals and visitors alike, right on 83 Ave. One of the things that I really, really love about this plan is pedestrianizing 83 Ave, which would just make it even more appealing to me and people I know and my families, just more enjoyable to visit that market. From the research I've seen, pedestrianizing streets not only makes areas safer and more enjoyable, but also boosts the local area. Cities like Montreal have seen significant increases in foot traffic and retail activity after making similar changes. So I think by creating a more people-friendly space, I would think we could expect a similar positive impact in Old Strathcona. Imagine walking through a car-free zone, browsing the market stalls with more space and enjoying the atmosphere without worrying about traffic. It would make the market experience more comfortable and inviting for families, especially those with young kids. And I know it would encourage even more people to come out, support local vendors, and spend time in the area. So yeah, the pedestrianization of 83 Avenue is a key part of the plan that I wholeheartedly support. Being able to create a safer, more people-centric environment is going to improve the quality of life for everyone who lives and visits there. It's not just about moving people through the area, but creating spaces where people want to stay, enjoy, and experience the vibrancy that makes Old Strathcona unique. Another part of the plan, I'm also really excited about the proposed bus rapid transit lanes on White Ave. Reliable public transit is something the city needs, and this will help make it easier for people to get around without relying on cars. As someone who's trying to raise a family with a focus on affordability, knowing that we can have better public transit options makes a big difference. It's good for the wallet, saving on transportation costs, and just helps to reduce congestion on the streets. And then I guess finally, I just wanted to highlight the importance of creating more affordable housing in the area. When I was younger, living on White was an option, but as rent prices have gone up over the years in that area, I've had to move out. So affordable housing is critical to make sure that people from all walks of life, especially young families, can live in this amazing neighborhood. Right now, only about 1% of the housing in the area is non-market, which isn't enough. Mixed market housing development included in this plan will help make sure that Old Strathcona remains accessible to everyone, not just a select few, and help to achieve the city's goal, according to the plan, of 16% non-market housing. So just, yeah, in closing, I'm here as a resident, a father, and someone who deeply cares about the future of our city. The Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy, especially the pedestrianization of 83 Ave, is a smart, forward-thinking plan that will create a safer, more vibrant, inviting space for everyone to enjoy, while supporting local businesses and making the area more affordable for families. Thank you for your time, and I'm excited to see these improvements.
Thank you. Guest Clinton Wong.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Clinton. I'm a founding member of Strong Towns YEG, a group of people who apply Strong Towns principles to make Edmonton a more prosperous place. My fellow founding member, Drina Schneider, submitted a written letter in support of the strategy for your consideration as well, which complements this presentation. Next slide, please. This strategy touches on two core ideas from Strong Towns. Local governments must run a profit, and land is the base resource from which local prosperity is built and sustained and can't be wasted. Focusing at Edmonton, we know Edmonton's financial situation it's not great. We support the strategy because it plans to make existing land use more productive, meaning less liabilities and higher revenue long term. Next slide, please. The strategy does so in two ways. I'll go through both of them in my presentation. Well, number one, walkability increases property values, translating into more property tax income for the city. And then number two is the strategy reduces liabilities in subsidized land use. Next slide, please. The first part, which is that walkable places are great for business. These are a couple of news articles. From Toronto to Montreal, making downtown places more walkable has resulted in more business and higher property values. Old Strathcona, having been an old town center, is a ripe candidate. Next slide, please. This is a study from Happy Cities, a Vancouver-based research firm, which found that number one, pedestrian streets in Montreal reduced vacancy rates on that street by 9% over 5 years. Number two is that allowing patios and public spaces for restaurants in Toronto saw restaurants increase their total revenue by over 30%. The strategy is an investment into the public realm, which translates to higher property values and therefore higher property tax income for Edmonton. Next slide, please. On to the second point, where the strategy reduces liabilities. The strategy reduces two sources of liabilities by reducing street parking and repurposing the Old Strathcona Farms parking lot into a park. Next slide, please. Let's start with street parking. So street parking is paved like any road today. They require replacement once its lifespan is done. Here's a table of replacement costs and lifespans from the three types of road pulled from the City of Edmonton's infrastructure report in 2020. This strategy plans to convert street parking into pedestrian and active transportation. It's a great long-term investment because you can see here, active transportation lanes are cheaper than roads, somewhere by 50 to 60%, and it lasts 2 to 3 times longer than roads. Less things to maintain means less costs for our city. Next slide, please. The most controversial part of this strategy is to convert the Old Strathcona Farmers Market parking into a public park. We think the math shows it is worth it. Next slide, please. Before we dive into the math, here's why Strongtown says parking lots are virtually the worst way to use land. In the interest of time, I'm going to focus on the very last bullet, the opportunity cost. Next slide, please. I want to run some numbers to show you the opportunity cost of that lot. Right beside that lot is an apartment complex built in 1983, 3 years before the lot was leased to the farmers market. Here's its lot size from the city's website. For 50 years, that complex has been bringing in property taxes to Edmonton. Using the online calculator estimator tool, I estimated today it gives about $51 or just a little under $52,000 in property tax annually, and I just divided it by its area to kind of give that amount. Okay? You can also see its assessed value at $4.6 million. Next slide. I did some napkin math here because I really don't know, or city records doesn't give me available how much space it is. I guess I did a really conservative guesstimate on the size of the parking lot and try to project the amount of property tax Edmonton could receive this year. They built apartments on it instead of leasing it to the farmers market nearly 50 years ago. That's what I mean by it's an opportunity cost. This is a city that this is money that city leaves on the table by leaving it as a parking lot. Okay. What's worse is that the subsidy the city gives on that parking lot. Next slide, please. So I found out that the city charges the farmers market $1 per year for rent to use their building. City documents also say we lease that parking lot at market rate. Let me be very clear. This public gift to the farmers market allows them to give free parking to their patrons 1 day a week they are open. That cheap parking at a very high value piece of land that the clients rely on, it's built off the backs of Edmonton taxpayers for decades because the farmers market doesn't have to pay rent. So council has raised taxes and will raise taxes again. I want council to consider the extent of this public gift and its contribution to the demand we heard today for this parking lot. Next slide. A smattering of ideas that I have for where people will park. But next slide, please. I hope today you'll support and fund the strategy. Thank you.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guest Abbasi. Abdul Abbasi?
Can you hear me?
I just have you for questions only. Is that correct?
Oh, I was for both for speaking and questions.
Okay. You have 5 minutes.
For sure. Thank you. Hello, members of Urban Planning Committee. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Abdul Abbasi, and I'm the Vice President External for the University of Alberta Students' Union, representing 36,000 students. I'm here to express our strong support for the Old Strathcona planned REAM strategy and its proposed revision. Old Strathcona is more than just a neighborhood. It's a crucial hub for students at the University of Alberta, connecting both North Campus and Campus St. John. Many students pass through Old Strathcona daily as part of their commute, and they often find community here in their off hours. It plays a key role in their university experience. The strategy's vision for parks, plazas, sidewalks, and alleyways resonates with student needs. A vibrant, walkable, and livable space is exactly the kind of environment students and young people are seeking. By prioritizing pedestrians and expanding walkable spaces, the strategy ensures that Old Strathcona remains a welcoming, accessible neighborhood for students, whether they live nearby or frequently visit the area. As the University of Alberta plans to expand its student population, livable neighborhoods like Old Strathcona will be pivotal in accommodating more students. The strategy focuses on redevelopment and mixed-use space aligns with our goals of increasing diverse and affordable housing options. With the housing shortage and rental prices rising, particularly around the university, we need spaces that serve students, not just businesses. Creating more shared housing options in higher density areas could ease pressure on the rental market and make it more affordable for students to live near campus. We're also pleased with the revisions that align with mass transit improvements. Reliable public transit is essential for students, and the shift to bus rapid transit on White Avenue is a crucial step. As White Avenue becomes more pedestrian and transit friendly, It will remain a place where students feel welcome and connected to the broader city. White Avenue is not only iconic, but a vital corridor for student life. Prioritizing pedestrians and widening sidewalks will enhance the experience for everyone while improving safety for those who walk or bike through the area daily. We're also supportive of the strategy's flexibility, ensuring that businesses can maintain outdoor patios while creating more green spaces and promoting sustainable development. Sustainability is a priority for students, and the strategy's incorporation of green landscaping and public realm elements align with Edmonton's broader climate resiliency goals. Students care deeply about sustainable development, and these updates show the city's commitment to long-term thinking, responding to the public feedback collected. In closing, the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy presents a forward-looking vision that is student-friendly and community-focused. The revision shows that city is listening to its residents and building a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable neighborhood. We support the strategy and would like to move forward with its implementation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Guest Abassi. Guest Nobert, you're number 21. If you want to get clerk, can they jump to a mic up front? And I apologize. Am I pronouncing your name wrong? Nobert?
Nobert, thank you.
Nobert. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my name is Conrad Nobert. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a Strathcona community resident, farmers market enthusiast, and attendee of local theaters. Next slide, please. So my next slide is making the point that the latest census I could find is from 2016. So maybe my information is a bit old here, but it just shows that Strathcona has a significantly higher percentage of people who are getting around without cars versus the rest of the city. So we have a significantly higher percentage of citizens who walk or cycle. Next slide, please. Yeah, but there's this problem. I probably cross this zone either on bike or on foot 15 times a week, and it is a big barrier to moving east-west, without the use of a car in our neighborhood. And to underscore what the experience is like, and actually how detrimental this huge gravel parking lot is to our community, I actually went on Google Maps, Google Street View, and I collected every picture. Can you move to the next slide, please? From this vantage point that exists on Google Maps. So this is from October, 2007. And so, when you're walking across the community, this is what you have to navigate. So it's unpleasant, it feels unsafe, it's hot, it's dusty, it's dirty, and most importantly, it's empty. This is a highly underutilized piece of land. Next slide, please. I did not cherry pick with these Google Street View pictures. I grabbed every single one. So here's 2 years later. Again, it's empty. It's not super clear here, but yeah. And so if you could move to the next slide. 4 years later, also empty. Next slide, please. 2014, big empty parking lot. Again, next slide, please. 2018, next slide. Yeah, I think I had that one in there twice. And then, the latest picture actually has, some cars in there. So of all of the images on Google Maps, and this is my daily experience, this is basically an abandoned lot. It's for all intents and purposes, it's a big dusty gravel abandoned lot. Next slide, please. So yeah, the big parking lot. Oh, I wrote parking twice. I was in a hurry. It's dusty, it's depressing, it's empty, it's dirty, it's ugly, it's hot, there are no trees. It's a detriment to quality of life, and it makes walking unpleasant and a chore, which I think goes against most of our city goals, many of our city goals. Next slide, please. So I'm here to ask city or the urban planning committee to support getting rid of this, kind of like the lowest form of land use which is a real detriment to our neighborhood. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then just a quick note on 83rd Avenue. I was online yesterday, looking for pictures of it, and most of the pictures online are from days when it's closed to cars. It's actually hard to find pictures, or it's more rare to find pictures where it's open to cars, and I think that's very telling. 83rd Avenue, when it is free to navigate, without having to worry about getting run over, is very compelling to people. Next slide, please. And yeah, so I actually took this one this is a market day, but this would be similar to many summer days when there are a lot of people out, but most of the space is dedicated to cars here. Here, like someone's crossing and being threatened by a big U-Haul truck that wants to turn left. So it makes crossing 83rd Ave feel dangerous, and certainly like objectively makes it more dangerous. And you can see there's maybe 30 people crammed on that little sidewalk, and then about 6 or 7 people in this picture have the luxury of most of the space in their moving cars. So yeah, I'm speaking in support of this strategy, and I ask you to receive it enthusiastically for information today.
Thank you. Guest Wilson.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Mark Wilson. I am the owner of Vivid Print on White Avenue and a resident of the area, and I'm here today to speak in enthusiastic support of the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy. When Vivid Print chose White Avenue as our third location 15 years ago, we focused on 4 important metrics to inform our decision about where to locate: density of surrounding neighborhoods, access to public transit, access to nodes of active transportation, and most importantly, walkability. Old Strathcona was the one area of the city that excelled in those criteria. Many of our neighbors feel similarly. Had focus on excess parking inventory been a factor, those businesses would have located to a mall. They didn't. The pandemic gave us an opportunity to experiment with programs we might not have voluntarily done in before times. One of these programs, championed by the Old Strathcona Business Association, was the removal of street parking for several blocks along White Avenue to improve social distancing. This extra walking space proved to be very popular with guests in our area, and businesses discovered the benefit of this added space. People lingered, our food and beverage neighbors had extra real estate for outdoor patios, visitors to the area discovered new shops. It made the area attractive for our visitors. Recently, the Old Strathcona Business Association introduced parklets to our area, including one located directly in front of our shop. The loss of parking because of the parklet has not negatively affected our business, it's enhanced it. It created a magnet for people out enjoying the day and gives atmosphere and vibrancy to our little part of the block. It allows visitors to enjoy a snack from our food and beverage neighbors. It allows neighbors to visit each other and people watch. It also provides a spot for impatient folks to chill while their partners shop in peace without being rushed in our shops. All of these aspects enhanced both the attractiveness of our community and our bottom line as a business. We at Vivid Print don't rely on gut feelings when informing our decisions. We collect real-world data. Knowing that there would be pushback when the scramble crossings were installed on White Avenue several years ago, we tracked the GPS data from our delivery vans both prior to and after the installation of the crosswalks, using the travel times from both 99th Street and 109th Street to the back of our shop throughout the day as our waypoints, and discovered that on average, our travel times improved by an average of approximately 2 minutes. Several months back, when a handful of White Avenue business neighbors expressed concern about improving walkability of White Avenue, we included a survey of modes of arrival in our checkout script. We discovered that our collected data reflected the data collected by the city parking study. Nearly 60% of our customers arrived by modes other than driving. We were also delighted to discover that there had been one mode that we had overlooked in our original survey. One elderly couple said that they came to our area from Quintuin each weekend via the streetcar. I've also been curious about claims about the farmers market parking lot. As I have no social life, I've spent considerable time observing this lot for several months at various times during the day and over the course of the week during car counts. I echo previous guest Maiden's and Norbert's observations. Apart from 6 hours on a Saturday, this lot is underutilized. The only other times it had significant use were Friday and Saturday nights, when the lot's on average of approximately 1/3 utilization. spots which could have easily been absorbed by the private pay parking lots along 104th Street and 83rd Avenue. This lot currently is a lost opportunity for better use. The programming during the closure of 83rd Avenue has been positive for both the community and local businesses. The Fringe, the Caribbean Festival, and the recent Old Strathcona Farmers Market Harvest Festival are all examples of the great things that can happen with that street closure. Our business is one of those directly affected by proposed repurposing of the area. The reduction in access for our business is a small price to pay for the positive return of this sort of programming in the area. Old Strathcona is the jewel of Edmonton, and while the original infrastructure put in place due to the amazing efforts of the city and the Old Strathcona Foundation 4 decades ago has served us well, it is in desperate need of a refresh and to better reflect our community's increased reliance on active and public transportation modes. I urge the city not to delay this process and move forward to the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Guest McKell. John McKell.
My name is John McKell. I'm the owner and operator of Laurels on White. We are a flower shop located at 8210 104th Street in the Palomar building on White Avenue. I'm here to tell you today a little bit about my story as a business owner of a flower shop that has been in business since 1992. There have been several owners of Laurels on White over the years, but I have been the owner since 2012. I took over a store that was barely making $100,000 a year in sales to now taking in over $800,000 in 12 short years. Back when 4 other flower shops competing with our business within a 10-block radius of our studio. It was and is hard work. We started an Instagram page over the years to a tune of over 12,000 followers and 6,000 followers on Facebook. We hired a branding company just half a block from us to redo our website and logo. We created a website to sell for us while we slept and continued to do business for us while we are closed. We renewed our business. Over the years, bike lanes went up and businesses closed, a pandemic struck, and an imminent recession lurked in the background and worked against us. But we pivoted, we changed, we modified the way we do business, we renewed, and we refreshed. There will be certain business owners here today that will tell you that we need more accessible parking in order to continue to do business, that removing 2 or 3 parking stalls in front of their stores will damage their business, that without parking lots, farmers markets and theaters will fail, because the only thing more famous than the Sydney Opera House or the Pike Place Market in Seattle is the surface parking lot right next to it. Well, I'm here to tell you that they are wrong. I am proof, for it is not the loss of a parking stall or 2 that should determine whether you fail in business. If that is what will cause you to fail in business, you need to go back to your studio and sharpen all your pencils and get back to work. Our community needs renewal, just like our website did in 2012. Our crumbling sidewalks need to be pedestrian, accessible, and people-friendly, just like our social media did back in 2012. Old Strathcona needs a makeover. I urge you to support and pass the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy. Our community depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, John. Guest Elaine Soles. Elaine Soles. Third try. Clerk, are they with us?
I don't see them on the meeting. They had indicated earlier that they were experiencing issues, and our office has advised them to call in, but I don't believe that they are on with us currently.
All right, we will welcome a written submission then, I guess. Guest Laura Dennis. Laura?
Yep, I'm here.
Yep.
Just getting the mic sort of situated. So I may or may not be the last person. I was added at the end. My name is Laura Denis, and I'm a resident of Old Strathcona. I accidentally have lived in Old Strathcona for 30 years. I bought a condo in 1994, and for 5 years before that, I lived in Clairview and commuted via the LRT to the University of Alberta. Because I live in Old Strathcona, I have the great opportunity of knowing that not only is Edmonton the best kept secret in the country, that, as been said before, Old Strathcona is the jewel. This is where the whole city descends when we have the Fringe, when we have a hockey game. This is where people come to walk White Avenue, go to bars, shop, and socialize. But they have to get there. Myself, even living in the area, I need to be able to get in and out of the area, to go to Costco, to go shopping. If I want to be in Paris, I can be in Paris in 9 hours because I can drive straight down Calgary Trail and get to the airport. It's a great opportunity, but you need to be able to access your vehicle to do this. A couple of years ago, actually about 8, my car got totaled in a parking lot and I had to write it off, and it was April, and I lived in Old Strathcona and I worked in Clairview, well, the Londonderry Mall. I don't need a car. I can use the transport system. I live in the center of Edmonton. It takes me 14 minutes to drive via Gretzky. Do you know how long it took me to get from the center of town to work? 2 buses and a train, 89 minutes. So even living in this area and wanting to be able to explore the city, you need to actually have a vehicle. Now, with the reports, I attended almost all of the community input sessions. I gave my responses to the planners that were there, and it really just seemed like nobody listened. They heard, but nothing seemed to have changed from the input that we put on little sticky notes. In the report that I've seen, 48% of people are concerned about parking. I agree with Kendra talking about the areas that people actually want to come to Old Strathcona to be able to utilize it and to walk the streets. My biggest concern is area number 4, though, the actual area at the end of Steele Park. I live close by. This is going to affect me personally with the actual equity I've developed in my condo. The end of Steele Park, the city has changed dramatically since the Walter Dale Bridge has been put up with the beautiful white bridge. There hasn't been a new picture on Instagram about Edmonton that doesn't include this bridge. Everyone comes to this area to take a picture of the beautiful city and its vistas. The vista is from the end of Steele Park. If you're going to put up low-income housing with the $1 million view for the people that own condos along there, that's going to value their property, plus it's going to affect the view at the end of the park. The Connaught building, the armory, has been vacated by the Youth Emergency Shelter since April. The parking lot is completely unused. This would be a great opportunity for low-income housing, which I see is on the list. That's an excellent spot. On 83rd Avenue, just a few blocks east of the market, a new condo system got put in, and I asked the construction workers, this is fantastic, is this low-income housing? We need it in the area. Nope. Nope, this is going to be high-end rentals. The construction workers said they couldn't afford to live there. These are opportunities that are not going to take up the most prized view of the city, of the best city in the country. I don't think that that people disagree that walkability along White Avenue is important. We all want this. We love this area. That's why we're all here. But people still need to be able to come. An underground parking that has several layers so that people can get to the city, that they can buy their stuff and take it back to the car. Even the people that have small kids that want to come and walk on White Avenue, they still need to put the kids back into the car seat and take them away. They're not going to walk 5 miles to go home. There needs to be a space for people to be able to get there and then to be able to use it. And I think the whole city, no matter what we celebrate, will descend on Old Strathcona. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I'll just go back to the clerk. Do we have guest Solas online?
Yes, I believe she is joining by phone, and it is *6 on the phone to unmute. We're unable to unmute her on our end, so she would have to press *6 to unmute herself.
Guest Solas, are you with us? Elaine? I'm sorry, I'll look to the committee, but I think we'll have to hold back there and welcome a written submission. So to carry on, yeah. Okay, so it's 11:30. We have about 27 minutes. It's 11:33. We have 27 minutes until lunch. At this time, we can go to questions of committee members of our guests, and then maybe we can, if we have other guests who we want to ask questions to, maybe we can let them know. If not, they don't have to stay for the entire afternoon. So first on the board, Councillor Knack.
Do you want to start as
No,
the
after
board?
you,
Okay,
please do.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for all your presentations today. Lots of questions. I'm just going to jump right in. Ms. Clausen, I wanted to double check because I do. So I think the parking study aligns very similar with the study you've heard me ask you about from the one 10 years ago. Seems to align, generally speaking, that I think the one 10 years ago said that 2/3 of people that visit Old Strathcona do so by a mode of transportation other than their own vehicle. That seems to generally align with the parking study, although I again respect and hear the concern that if we're going to make changes, they'd like further parking studies. I have not seen any data that suggests otherwise. So is there anything that you have that seems to contradict what I've seen over the years, which is generally about 2/3 of people are not using a car to get to Old Strathcona?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Knack. We did the study I referenced most recently, and the one you're speaking of, which I did finally find from 2013,
Excellent.
was about removing on-street parking on White Avenue. That predates me. That was the study that referenced the most frequent visitors were the ones who came by other modes of transportation other than car. So I think the correlation is an important piece of like what are the most frequent visitors and which are the ones who come maybe only a couple times a year. That matches a lot of what we saw in 2021 with our business recruitment strategy. We did an omnibus with trend research, which showed that people do drive for sure. They were the ones who didn't come as often. And they also all said that when they come, they want to walk. So to Shannon's point, a lot of what we say is even, when people drive, they also become a pedestrian. Yeah. So I think it depends on what the correlation is, but I agree that we've definitely seen over the years, back as far as 2013, showing that our area has a lot of customers who do come by other forms of transportation. That's only going to grow even more.
And that doesn't negate, though, and so, I appreciate, and I heard the folks from the Varscona say 85% of their attendees are driving, and so I do genuinely believe there are going to be a handful of venues and a handful of local businesses that do get a majority of their customers driving. The overall number is quite significant if suggesting they're not. So I guess the question to you is, sort of how do we navigate that? I mean, the way I look at this plan is that, it is a decade-plus long plan, and so it feels like there's going to be a lot of ways to work through that tension that probably exists today and that fear that suddenly everything is going to go away tomorrow, when I don't think that's how any of this is being written or suggested. But I wouldn't mind your thought as somebody that represents both the arts organizations and the local businesses, including those that have people that drive and don't drive.
So just for clarity, I don't represent the arts organization,
sorry.
so I don't want to misrepresent
You represent
that.
the area, including
Yes.
the arts organizations, I meant to say.
So
Thank
we
you.
represent about nearly 600 businesses, and even our own business community, as we're hearing today, is very divided on this. I think, the way forward was we did a lot of piloting over COVID. That was really our opportunity to look at how do we transform spaces that were used for cars for spaces for people. We know across the world, several speakers talked about how main streets in other cities, when you make them more pedestrian focused and have multiple modes of transportation, is good for business. So I think doing more pilot projects like that and showcasing when we take over some of these spaces, open up roads to places for people, continue to pilot those. See what kind of impact they are, much like we did over COVID. Those were very, very favorable pilots. We've heard the first year businesses were very nervous about losing, 10 or 15 parking stalls. We made the mistake of not putting loading zones in. We'd never do that again. So then the next year we made sure we had loading zones put in, and that was critical. By the third year, when we ran out of money to do the same pilot, we didn't have any grants. We had businesses saying, "Where is it? Why aren't you bringing that back?" So we learned very closely, through the pandemic, as we see across the world, that when you do reallocate that space, but also make, accommodations for loading zones and things like that, We also have a very strong night economy. We know that we need cab pickup areas. We need safe pickup for folks who've been out having a good time. So I think, we're nervous that it's going to take 10 years. If you look at our streets right now and the sidewalks, that they're completely inaccessible. We've heard that over and over again from the accessibility community, that we need to fix things up. So we would actually like to see this happen a lot sooner, so that we can start to reap the benefits from those improvements.
Thank you. I'll have another round for the folks from the Performing Arts and Farmers Market.
Thank you. And if we can add Mayor Sohi to the board as well too. Councillor Rice.
So thank you everyone on taking time to come to chamber to speak. So I really appreciate this opportunity to hear the different perspective, even among the business community. So my first question is going to number 10. I think Miss Nilo. So if I pronounce your last name right. So you are talking about the needs of business. So my question is this needs of business and assessment is already provided and through the engagement process? The needs of
the business?
Yes.
Oh, well, I went door to door to pretty much every business in our block. I went farther down the street. I went farther down around 99th Street and talked to businesses there. And they do not feel that the business association is representing their needs. Plus, some of the feedback I've been getting is that they're feeling that the business association is more like the core of Old Strathcona, which is between 105th and 104th, 106th, somewhere in that area, that kind of the extremities, because we're closer to the university.
109th Street, yeah.
Yeah, 109th Street. So that our needs are not being considered.
But you are part of the
But we are part of
BIAs.
Yes, we are.
So you're part of the BIAs, but you feel like the needs of the business is not fully reflected or included.
Yeah.
So that is what I heard. I just want to confirm that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, thank you. Another one is about the, you mentioned 2027, and our city already put the money for the sidewalk for the neighborhood renew.
Right.
So it's nothing to do with, can you provide a little bit more your understanding
Well, no, I had
this?
just read that, so I'm not even sure where I had read that, but that funding has been set aside for, like, how they have funding for different neighborhood renewal?
Yeah.
That funding was set aside to fix the roads, to fix the sidewalks, but I don't know where I can find
Okay,
that
so
information.
what I heard, you mentioned this because in this strategy, we're talking about the sidewalk widening, and you think that is unnecessary, and because we already put money aside and for the sidewalk
Right.
upgrade.
Yeah,
so
that's
that is your point.
Yes, because the businesses I talk to
Yeah.
are happy with the width of the sidewalk. Like Cherie was saying, some of the bricks are crumbling. They need to be fixed just to make it safer for people walking on the sidewalk. That money was set aside for road improvement and for the sidewalk improvement.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I interpret your point correct.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's question go. The next question. So I have lots of loads here. So the next question, I would like to go to the Scott. So the owner of Rich Mill.
Yes.
So thank you very much. You talk about the impact, specifically you focus on the impact. You also mentioned about the needs of the business as well. So that is what I identified from your presentation. The impact you mentioned a few things here. So I just want to get the top one impact and you're concerned about from this strategy.
The number one impact would be without the parking, we'd have significant increase of office vacancy, which would lead to a financial deconstruction of Ritchie Mill.
But you're not part of BIAs, right? That is my
No,
understanding.
Ritchie Mill, we are outside
Yes.
the BIA.
So based on your location, so
Yes.
that's his I thought too. So then, in terms of the solution provided, there are few solution provided, and then I just have a little bit of confusion there for the solution. So solution, and there are two amendments provided for the strategy. One is specific about the public parking, and one is for the tenants parking.
Yes.
And I think it's Allison.
Yeah.
So can you explain a little bit more about that amendments?
Yeah, so currently in the strategy, there's some generic policies around.
Oh, I'm sorry, my time is already out. So I may come back to you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
So I'm going to start there. First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in this very important conversation. Your views are important to us as we move forward on this very important initiative. My questions are to Speaker Hughes and Rossland. So my understanding, one of the things you're asking for is that you're looking for immediate 1-year extension to the lease.
Yes, sir.
And what would that do? How would that help?
Well, my mortgage is up for refinancing in the end of March of 2025. And any financial institution realizing that I have less than a 5-year term for office lease rates, they will look unfavorably to that.
So March 2025. And are you how much vacancy do you have now?
We are 98% fully occupied at this time.
98%. And the other thing you're asking for is that the future developments should have public parking as well as dedicated parking for Ritchie Mills.
Yes, sir.
Are they two different things or same thing? Like public parking and then in addition to that public parking, certain number of stalls dedicated Ritchie Mills.
Yeah, we're requesting, approximately the plus or minus the 58 stalls in a future development. But as part of Ritchie Mill and, the original requirement was to have 26 city stalls that are provided for the public. And that's utilized not only for the visitors and customers at Ritchie Mill, but also for people that access the River Valley at that location.
So you have 26 stalls now?
I have 58 surface stalls that are paved in line within the surface parking lot, but along Tommy Banks Way, there are 26, and those are under the control of the city of Edmonton and have been for almost 40 years.
Okay. And have you had conversations with our city administration as they were developing this plan about your needs and how are those conversations going?
Yes, right from the start, I wanted to be very collaborative, and we continue to be with Eric and his team and with Bart and his team at the City of Edmonton Real Estate Department.
Okay. And is that collaboration and open dialogue still open with them, right?
Oh, absolutely, it's still open, but Bart has made it clear that he's not going to be providing us any more leasing options on our surface parking lot, and that is a concern. And my discussion with Eric and his team, I'm all for redevelopment of the site, and I just asked for accommodation for parking underground, and I'm not asking for anything for free. I'll pay market lease rates to lease or to the cost to build, and that is what I'm asking for. And it needs council direction.
Yeah, that is the extension for parking, right? So from under 1-year extension for the parking, then you figure out the rest of the stuff as you go ahead in your conversations.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Okay. And the Ritchie Mill is solely owned by, it's not, there's no city ownership other than the historical designation from the city and the federal designation, right? Is the provincial designation as well?
It is, yes. It's a provincial historic designation as well.
Okay, got it. No, that's all. That's the clarity I needed. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. I look forward to further conversation.
Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the speakers being here this morning and sharing their perspectives. I think I'll start with some questions around just economic impact. I think that was raised a few times around, economic impact studies, and a number of speakers shared some learnings from other cities and other jurisdictions. And I wanted to loop back to, I think it was Speaker Connors. I know in your slides you were sharing a few numbers around, like you gave the example of Lancaster, California, Portland. You went through them fairly fast, but I was just trying to capture some of that. Can you just rewind us for 1 second? I wanted to understand what some of those numbers look like. You mentioned return on investments for some of the investments that were made in those municipalities.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So also if it's made available, I believe it's slide number, let me just quickly double check here. 6, if it's included in the council package. But so the numbers we're looking at, Lancaster, California, circa 2008, they invested 11.2 million in converting their downtown area from multiple lanes to just a couple of travel lanes. And the numbers that we're looking at is a doubling of pedestrian activity, an over doubling of area revenue. I believe the number they came up with was 119%. 9.53% increase in property values. In regards to safety, there was 50% less car crashes, 85% less injury-causing crashes, and 75% less pedestrian crashes. And then for the ROI, that 11.2 million was 100 million in private investment and about 280 million in total economic impact, which is a translation of 25 times over what was put in there.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess maybe just your thoughts on how this information could apply in an Edmonton context. Obviously, it's not a direct translation into what we're discussing today, but there are learnings. Anything you'd like to share there?
Yes, so understandably, every municipality has its own unique context, so we can't directly translate numbers 100% over to say, oh, we are also going to get a 25 times over return on investment with this strategy we put forward. There's a lot of variables there, but across the board, what we're seeing, Madrid, Dublin, Montreal, it's an increase. When the pedestrianization occurs, you're looking roughly 9.5% to 10% increase in retail activity. That corresponds with that sort of generally observed across the board, where I was able to find some data. Okay. And a lot of the reason tied to that is because while per ticket items for the pedestrians or like per receipts are cheaper, they are coming more frequently and offsetting that. And therefore you're getting that overall economic boom. Though if you were to quickly pull up one receipt, you may say, well, it doesn't seem that way, but overall, there is that uplift that's happening because of the frequency that it spurs.
Okay, well, I appreciate you sharing that. It's really interesting. I know, like several years ago, there were starting to be research studies and evidence and data to suggest that economic uplift, but it's interesting to see how things have evolved since, and there's other cities to point to. So thanks. I'm going to jump to Speaker Clausen from OSBA. I actually wanted to ask about the relationship between, what we're discussing today through the public realm strategy as well as Plan White and some of the engagement that happened there. Obviously engagement and consultation has been a part of this conversation, but help me understand what your experience was like with Plan White and how that sort of is also related to the conversation today.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador, for the question. That predates me, Plan White. So I started in 2017, late 2017, and Plan White was just starting to wrap up. My understanding from all of the historical information from the board at the time and files and things I found is we were heavily involved as part of Plan White, as was the community. And we've been heavily involved with OSPRS since it started. So I was on the advisory committee. Numerous people were invited to that table. And so we were heavily involved as part of Plan White, and I know the community was heavily part of it. I know heritage was a huge part of the conversation, and retaining
the look and the feel in a lot of ways of White Avenue, having that smaller scale development, and we were very much supportive of that as well. A huge part of what Plan White said too was really about pedestrianizing the area, and repeatedly that comes up over and over again. I believe Plan White was over several years as well, so literally in the last 10 years, I mean, we've now done 2 pretty major studies around how people move, work, live and play in Old Strathcona, and they all say the same things. And as we're growing for the future, over the next 40 and 50 years, we really need to start embracing that.
I'm out of time. I'll have another round though.
Thank you. Councillor
Should I
Knack.
just move to extend to 12:15 to finish questions?
Well, so a bit of agenda management. Do other councillors have a lot of rounds? Because if not, we could like finish questions of the speakers now and then come back and go to questions of administration.
That's what
Then
I'm
the
thinking.
folks could be released to go back to their day.
That's why, the motion to extend to 12:15 would let us finish questions, I think, because
If we are finished questions, I just want to see
only
if
2 of
anyone
us on the
else-
boards, and so I think I'm
Yeah,
okay.
I have a lot of questions for administration
Yeah.
personally. I appreciate the presentations, but Councillor Wright or? Okay, so Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Okay, a few more questions. So I think, Mr. Crawshaw, you had talked about the proximity of parking, or sorry, no, that might have been Ms. Connor, thank you. I just wanted to get a sense from you, because I hear you, I hear that 85% of our Scona folks are coming by car, so you're in a different situation than I would suggest most businesses. Do you have a sense from the attendees, from the guests, like what their max distance is? And my parents love Sugar and Spiced in the back alley. They would prefer to park a block away, but they'll park 5 blocks away if it means getting their Sugar and Spice fix. So do you have a sense from your tenants or from your guests if they have a limit?
We haven't asked them specifically about what their walking limit is, but what I have heard from them, having studied through surveys, is that if there is further parking reduction in the neighborhood, it will impact their willingness to come to the theater, and that's of great concern to us.
You mentioned sort of as some examples, Weber Green, spots like, do you have a sense of how far most visitors are coming from? Are most coming from outside the Henday, or do you get a lot more folks that are still within the Henday but further away? I'm just curious if you have a sense of that market.
My patron base extends all the way to Ardrossan, Councillor. So we see people from all over the city. I see people from St. Albert, Sherwood Park. We see people from Keswick, Chappelle, all over the city. It's I think that's maybe what's different. We've heard a lot today from folks who have researched speaking to people on street corners, but if you speak to the people in my theater lobby, you're going to find that they come from outside of the Old Strathcona neighborhood.
Absolutely, and this is the tension we're trying to grapple with, right? Because I think I hear the vast majority of the emails that we got on this were from local residents and local businesses who are very supportive of the change, and that doesn't shock me. I would much rather a park beside my home than a parking lot, but I'm hearing that tension too, and so I guess what I'm curious is the same question I was sort of asking Ms. Clausen is, how do we thoughtfully transition to recognizing that I do ultimately want to support those folks, but I don't want to sort of throw everyone out who's coming from afar. So is it over time where if redevelopment's occurring in nearby that maybe there's an underground parking lot included, something like that you can tap into, but also doesn't use this sort of prime real estate for what is not necessarily a great land use.
And we do understand that point. Thank you. I think we would support some reduction of parking, but we would like to see some retention of that.
Sure.
It doesn't have to be the whole lot. Perhaps we could keep a third of it. Perhaps we could keep half. Why does it have to be the entire area?
So maybe the question, and you can jump into Mr. Crawshaw because you'd asked about this, does it have to be that parking lot, I guess is the question. Like, I mean, so if I'm thinking about and I will have some questions about the end of Steel Park, but if there is going to be a development there, they're naturally going to have to build down to put a development, which would open up an opportunity for public requirement of parking, as an example. We could potentially ask for that. So does that help provide some of that comfort, or is like, and that goes to the question of like, is it that particular parking lot that is the be-all and end-all, or is it something relatively close? Because if I could be in an underground parking, but I'd have to walk 2 blocks versus an above-ground parking that's 1 block away, what are people going to choose? I'm not sure, but I'd love some more thoughts on that.
You know, as Kendra said, I think that one of the things that I'm hearing from our patron base as well as our membership and our volunteers who do come from fairly far afield, the parking is very convenient, but we take a look at the other options that are the closest to us. And one of the lots that is just on the west side of the funeral home on 83rd Ave, we understand is going to be slated for redevelopment as well and taken away. So we're not seeing a lot of density of options beyond this lot. I keep on going back to the 1/3 rule. When we saw this lot is underutilized during the daytime hours, that was illustrated.
Yep.
But as the owner of Vivid Print pointed out, he sees it as 1/3 full during our hours of activation, which is Friday and Saturdays after 7 p.m. So we're looking for the accommodation and cooperation to make sure that we've got a sustainable business model.
Do you have partnerships with like the Strathcona Community League that I know has a parking lot there? Like, do you have any engagement? Are there partnership opportunities to supplement parking?
We're friendly neighbors. We have not necessarily explored what we would have to do with that. I mean, right now, our offices are dedicating a lot of resources, as we have to plan for any contingency that is happening. But definitely the engagement with the Community League is something that we're looking at and something that we have started.
Okay, I'm out of time.
Thank you. Clerk, does a motion to extend need to be unanimous, or can it, because Councillor Knack offered to move a motion to extend to 12:15.
If it's not unanimous among committee members, then we should move it to a vote.
Okay, so Councillor Knack, do you want to move a motion to extend to 12:15?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Yes.
Okay. Any questions?
Is that going to be sufficient? We've got 2 councillors on the board. It's just going to be 1 round each, and that's it?
Do you want to say, Councillor Rice?
I'd rather come back 1:30, and as my other councillors have questions. And then also there opportunity and for the speakers, and they may want to stay and in the meeting in person or online and to listen to the questions we ask at administration.
And I'm sure they're welcome at any time to join online or to come back to chambers. But I'm just wondering, for those that did want to move on with their afternoon.
I guess they can leave and join remotely, and we can Zoom them in there. So
okay, so then
Councillor Knack, do you still want to extend to 12:15, or do you want to? We can call it here.
I think we'll just call, if there's a desire. That means I know some folks will have to come back but if there's a desire to ask more questions, I don't want to rush through that. So.
Okay, excellent. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
We are live from council chamber.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Joining us in chambers is also Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
And I think online we had Mayor Sohi. Mayor Sohi will be joining, and I think we had Councillor Rutherford this morning.
Yep, I'm still here.
Awesome, thank you. And are there any other councillors joining online? Apologies if I missed you. Okay, hearing none. So we were going through questions of the public. After that, we'll go to questions of administration, and then I do see a need to move in camera for some land labor law related issues, but we'll deal with that later on. So we'll resume. If any councillors want to ask questions of the public, please sign on to the board now. And clerk, we were at Councillor Rice's time for the 5 minutes. Is that correct? Yeah.
That's correct.
So Councillor Rice, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you all the speakers. You are still come back. So I hope Dr. Allison, and are you online?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wonderful. So I have the questions, and in your presentation, so I heard something. I just want to confirm my understanding is correct. The first one, you talk about the public land be sold and to the private developers, and so my question to you is: do you have concern on the proper?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you there for a moment.
Oh, you couldn't?
Yeah,
Maybe,
go ahead.
Maybe
Yeah.
Maybe I come back to you, and
Okay.
maybe you're still sitting up.
Well, no, you can ask me right now. That's fine. I just didn't hear the last couple of words.
Okay, so the question to you is about: do you have a concern on the public land to sell to the private developer, or you have the concern specifically in how the land be developed as a high risk? And because this 2 points you talked in your presentation, I just want to give clarification on that.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the view and about having access for community members and the public at large to have space to breathe in the city and also have access to that last space. I was speaking with Eric, and we were talking about how wide the parking lot is. It's disconcerting that we would be selling off all of our public lands to private, or not all, but a large portion of our public lands just to be able to get money and not think about the children of the future and their access to having these access to these parks as well.
So you do not have concern on the public land sold to private developer and also to be built as a high risk build?
Yes, I do have concern that the private developer would follow through, since we've seen so many of the private developers not follow through on the original plans by the city, which I demonstrated in my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. Thank you and for the answer. And my next question is going to Mr. Connors. And so I really appreciate your professional background as a planner and provide some evidence or data and to demonstrate and what your understanding for this strategy. So I have one question to you. I did heard you mentioned about some dollar amounts in your presentation. I just want to ask, do you have that dollar amount and for how much our city put into the investment to implement this strategy? And as many speakers talk about advancing implementation right away. Do you have that? And because I do heard and you do have some dollar amount talk about the economic impacts, but I would like to know, what do you think about the investment from city for the dollar amount?
Thank you for the question. If I'm understanding correctly, then the question is about if I have calculated what the cost would be for a city investment in implementing the strategy?
Yes,
Is
and
that...
then, right, yes.
Unfortunately, I have not done calculations on that. And also this strategy is at a fairly early stage where a lot of the details are not solidified. That would affect some of the cost analysis. For a question like that, I would maybe propose that be best directed to administration
I
on
will
what the
follow up on
care
that.
cost.
Yes, I will follow up. But I just thought you have that professional background. I would like to get answer from you and from public perspective. And from public's perspective, how much investment could be from city, and we have to invest it to implement this strategy right away, and as some speakers requested. So that's one question, but thank you for your answering if you do not have that. So my next question, I would like to, only 20 seconds, I hope is enough. I want to finish the answer, and from, so Ms. Rosalind, and I know that's first round, and you didn't get opportunity to finish the answer.
Sorry, could you just repeat what your question was, Councillor Wright?
My question is a specific talk about parking.
I'm sorry, we'll need another round. We're at time
Yes.
there.
Yeah, I know the time is always again.
Councillor Salvador, yeah, Councillor Knack. Are you on round 3? Yeah, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I just wanted to follow up on some questions that Councillor Knack was asking earlier, just around opportunities for future underground parking that's integrated into projects and development, or even shared parking with other organizations. So maybe I'll just direct it to Kendra. Yeah, I was thinking about those options. I was also wondering, in the report and in the strategy, it also mentioned, I believe, future opportunities or contemplation of some curbside parking along Gateway as well, just to support access, but also to support some traffic calming, given that, that's a fairly fast-moving thoroughfare. Thoughts around that, and just opportunities for additional parking there.
I think perhaps the farmers market might have some more insights on curbside parking for Gateway. Certainly from what I have observed, curbside parking along Gateway Boulevard along the street does not seem particularly safe. I know the farmers market has had to start unloading their entire market's worth of trucks on Friday and Saturday mornings, which has created some traffic snarls around that neighborhood. So I'm not sure. I think we'd be open to parking options if that were to be sort of developed further, but I'm not entirely certain that would be the best course of action here. Yeah.
Did you want to add to that as well? Folks from the farmers market?
Sure, I can respond to that. Excuse me. With 103 being a very active avenue street, coming into the city, it's Gateway to me. I've lived in the city all my life, so it's Gateway. We've had the trucks unloading there, and they've got pallets and pallet jacks, and it's not safe because, as you know, people go by. It's a red light, green light, and they're going. Red light, they're stopping. Green light, they're going. So it does cause some congestion and concerns. So we have certain times in the morning, Saturday morning, between 5 and 6:30 a.m. that they're unloading. Traffic is really light. At the end of the day, at 3 o'clock when the market closes, traffic's very heavy. And there's people that are still visiting and socializing within White Avenue, so it makes it very, very dangerous. In the evenings when you're having your shows, it could potentially work because there is people that can park there. It is designated as a loading lane right now to assist us because we don't have access to the 7 big doors out front on 83rd. So it could be, we just have to work out the few logistics.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your thoughts there, and I can follow up with administration on that piece. I also wanted to just loop back to some of the learnings from the pandemic. I know a few speakers mentioned like the modifications and adaptations that were done to expand options for patios and the introduction of parklets. So maybe just a speaker, I think it was Speaker Wilson, that spoke a little bit about that. I think you spoke to the success of that. I'm also wondering, there's limitations to the physical infrastructure, and I'm wondering, while it sounds like those adaptations were successful, which is fantastic, what do you see as the opportunity now to, I guess, move beyond some of those temporary measures? Were there hiccups that you ran into during during some of those more temporary adaptations or
I think
modifications?
the initial hiccup was that we didn't allow for smaller loading zones within the area, whether it's skip drivers or people dropping people off. Having those short-term 5-minute loading zones of a couple of vehicles would be helpful. But overall, I think increasing the pedestrian space was more beneficial in the long term. But I think in terms of hiccups, that's the only thing, and that was corrected in the second year of that pilot, and it seemed to resolve those sort of outstanding issues surrounding that.
Okay, great. And I wanted to go to Speaker McKell? Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts as well. I appreciated you sharing the importance of pivoting and adapting and modifying the way that you've been doing business. What types of adaptations do you foresee for your business or maybe other businesses as this plan moves forward?
Well, a large portion of our business is online, and so we see that continuing, of course, and sort of like just creating more of that social media outreach as well. We have found that through our social media outreach, we've been able to reach more people on the ground as opposed to online, ironically enough, because a lot of times the stories that we continue to do over our Instagram accounts, we find that it brings more people into the store physically because it creates a sense of want and a sense of desire. So that's something that we feel that we would continue into the future. I think it's really important for all businesses to sort of join that sort of, regardless of whether you're,
I'm sorry, I'll have to interject there. Thank you. If I may jump on the board quickly, I'll take my 5 minutes now. So, a really good discussion this morning. I think everybody articulated their positions and points very well, and it was very hard summarizing to the media at lunchtime what, with everything going on, there's so many different dimensions here, and I hear some support for some support for others, and then some concern. I guess one question that just is leaping out at me is, we got no money. How are we going to fund any of this? And I guess a question coming to, maybe I'll go to Guest Clausen with the BIA. Are you familiar, like, I guess, I believe in Calgary and maybe in other jurisdictions, there's dedicated funds where, like, if you have a parking fund, you can take that revenue, it goes towards the area. If you do a land sale in the area, it goes towards the area. If we were able to put something like that together, where do we start? This is a huge plan. What most needs doing?
Thanks for that challenging question. So we're aware in the city of Calgary that some of the parking revenue that is within BIAs, the BIAs are consulted on how that money is reinvested in the community. I think that's something our BIAs across the city have actually been asking about and toying with the idea. We haven't done a ton of advocacy around it.
Does North Edge not get dedicated funding from the arena?
That I'm not sure.
Okay,
I can't
I'll
speak on behalf of that. So that would be something that we would like to see. And I think definitely if there's going to be a sale of public land, then consult with the community around how we would want to see that money reinvested. But if there's certainly this massive shortfall, which I'm very well aware of, it seems like the sale of some land and some reinvestment of dollars that are being captured from potentially parking could help support that reinvestment. We'd absolutely welcome that. And your second question about what would be the priority area, for us, it's White Avenue.
Could you be more specific? What do you want to see?
So I think, and I think this might have been where Corinne was speaking about where there may have been some prior plans to some funding. So our understanding, and this goes back to 2019 as the advocacy we did on BIAs, to ask for a strategic renewal plan, which is what we thought we were getting with the street and alley prioritization, which isn't quite that. It was just like for like. So right now our understanding is city policies from life cycle management look at block by block in terms of the state each block is in. So our plans for renewal on White Avenue could have been, 107th to 109th Street 1 year, and then 10 years later, 105th and 100 to 106, or things like that. So it would have been done in chunks. It wouldn't have been strategic. It wouldn't have looked at opportunities like residential neighborhood renewal. And so we see that opportunity, and all BIAs across the city have been asking for this, is a strategic approach to that public realm and that renewal, rather than just chunk by chunk, block by block, and like for like. So we could, if this doesn't move forward, if we do get that renewal, which we understand city policy says BIAs are supposed to have all street and alley renewal by 2030, it would literally just be paved roads and paved alleys, no upgrades to sidewalks, no upgrades to lighting, or
No
any of that kind
widening.
of stuff. No widening,
No
nothing.
benches,
Nope.
no lights,
Nope.
no bike racks, no parklets,
That's our understanding.
no trees.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's our understanding, is that that's the current policy, is we would get like for like of just paving.
Yeah, I'll have to ask administration. I believe for the next 4-year capital project, the White Avenue between basically Bonnie Doon and 99 or Calgary Trail are due up for sidewalk renewal, etc. But I'll get clarity on that in there too. So yeah, I'll yield my time right now, and I'll go to Mayor Sohi actually, or Councillor Wright. Are you still on second round or first
No,
round?
I'm on first.
You're okay. Then,
This is my first.
Yeah, Councillor Wright.
Oh, so I better leave my mic on. Thank you. Is it Miss Lilo or Lilo? Hi, Lilo. So do you see that as being a good approach, the strategic approach, rather than, because I think you're further down, you're further west on White Avenue?
Yes, yeah, we're closer to 109th Street.
Okay. And do you see that strategic approach as being a better way to advance some of this work, rather than a block or two at a time, as Ms. Klassen just referenced?
Well, like I was saying, there's no real consensus with the businesses about this plan at all. And a lot of the businesses were not consulted. And during the meetings that a bunch of us attended, or the meeting for when the Old Strathcona Public Realm team presented, we brought up concerns, and it was like, okay, it seemed like nobody was kind of addressing the concerns. So at this point, I think more discussion needs to be done on it.
So even further consultation before we actually settle on a firm strategy?
Because the businesses are, at this point anyhow, are counting on people from all around the city to come and to park. Not just bus. If we were only relying on the neighborhood of people biking or walking, we wouldn't be able to continue. And that's the same with a lot of the businesses. And even the restaurants in my block, a lot of them were telling me they would like to have free parking on White Ave for their customers. Boston Pizza figured if suddenly parking was removed, we want parking at the city, I think there's a city rec center kind of just right by Safeway. We need something, because how are the businesses going to continue if we don't have any parking? There's just not enough customers to sustain it.
And I know Safeway in their parking lot, they have a sign for their customers only, right?
Yeah,
So,
and some of our students, if they can't find parking, they take a risk at the TD lot or at Safeway and they get a ticket. It's very, very bad.
Okay, I just wanted to gain that perspective as well.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
then Mr. Hughes and Ms. Roslin with Ritchie Mill. You're concerned about an upcoming mortgage renewal or something. Has the mortgage renewed? Like we first started talking, I think, about this this strategy for Old Strathcona back in 2018. Have you had mortgage renewals in that time? Have you had the same concerns, I guess?
I've had a mortgage put on the property, and it renews at the end of March in 2025.
Okay. And at that time then of the mortgage approval, I guess there was no concern about what could happen with the parking and that. But
yeah, there was never an issue at the time.
Even though there was talk of this sort of being planned or strategized.
Correct.
Okay. So then, is it now just because there is an actual sort of strategy in play here that probably isn't going to take effect for several years? Because, as Councillor Jan said, we don't have any money right now.
No, it's twofold. The first thing is when an appraiser looks at an asset like this, they'll look at the leases and they'll begin with 5-year terms. So beginning January 1st, 2025, I won't be able to do a 5-year term within Ritchie Mill. That will be That will result in a negative consequence to an appraiser looking at the asset, and then that will in turn affect a financer's ability to desire to put a mortgage on the property when they know there's issues with the future parking, there's future risk.
Okay, but again, this is just, like, it's nothing that we are funding and putting into place right now, but you feel that the bank or whoever's doing the mortgaging will take this into account?
Well, yes, they will, because part of the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy is to potentially put this site up for sale, and that would, potentially occur, towards the end of my lease being done. So without an extension, there'll be a slow drain of tenancy out of Ritchie Mill, knowing that there may not be parking past December 31st, 2029.
But as you've noted, it's only a potential, like there's nothing firm in place.
Well, correct, but without any security, capital won't be comfortable with providing a mortgage.
Okay, thank you very much. My time is up.
Mayor Sohi, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up with the administration on the extension of the lease, and we'll see what they say and what can be done on that. But I want to focus my questions to Speaker Klassen. So like to like for business districts probably doesn't make sense because you want to rebuild them but build them better, right? For sidewalks and trees and benches, as Councillor Jens has mentioned. So the current policy, so is your understanding that come 2028, if White Avenue is scheduled for rehabilitation under the arterial roads plan, it'll be like-to-like replacement?
Yeah, our understanding is the street and alley prioritization program that BIA's got that we advocated for in 2019 would potentially be complete by 2030. Our latest information from administration said that that would be behind schedule. And because we have the public realm strategy and mass transit, we are following a little bit of a different timeline. But at the soonest, we would just get straight paving of roadways and no other improvements, which for us would be, I think, a real missed opportunity to upgrade and plan for the future. If you're tearing up the road, why not do it better?
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll ask that question to administration, and I'll ask this to administration as well. But want to get your understanding: is there prioritization for BIAs when it comes to rehabilitation of roadway infrastructure under the arterial roadway assessment?
I think that policy for street and alley prioritization is that.
That's the part.
That's my understanding, because it's literally called the BIA alley and street renewal prioritization, but administration could probably confirm that.
Okay, good. That's okay. We'll seek that clarification because it would make sense to give priority to BIA business districts because they drive economic growth, jobs, and taxes as well. And there's more traffic, obviously, all forms of traffic, not just the vehicular traffic. People walk and bike and also. Okay, no, that's all I needed to know. So, from maybe last question, Shri, you want to move ahead, right, on the approval, then figure out the financial end of implementation as you work with administration and we work with administration. So that's your preference is let's approve it, then start implementing it.
Yes, our board, it really wants to fast track this. Our concern is if this draws out for 10 years, a good chunk of us won't be around here anymore. And I think it's just going to be really hard to keep the momentum and the excitement of a vision if it draws out for 10 years. And quite honestly, I don't think our infrastructure is going to last even another 5 years. It is really, really bad. It is completely inaccessible. That is something the Accessibility Advisory Council shared when they were part of the advisory committee as well.
You're talking about infrastructure along White Avenue,
It
right?
is completely inaccessible for folks with mobility issues. And so that does need to be fast-tracked. And the longer we wait for that investment, the harder it is for us to attract new investment, attract new businesses, because the curbside appeal is pretty poor.
Yeah, but the interior was rehabilitated as part of the neighborhood renewal program, right?
Yes, so pretty much every single surrounding residential community around us, and we have 4, have all had neighborhood renewal, and our main street is the one that looks the oldest and the most tired.
That's another question I have for administration, coordination of rehabilitation of old neighborhoods where business districts intersect. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. A few more questions. I wanted to, I think Ms. Olson's back on the line, correct? Jan Olson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
I had to figure out how to turn on the
No
speaker.
worries. I wanted to, I think I'm still maybe not fully understanding one of the concerns you raised. You'd expressed concern around the ruining of a historic view, and I guess can you elaborate? Like, where's the view getting? Like, where's that view getting ruined from?
Well, it seems that a lot of our historic views in Edmonton and the South Side, particularly in the last couple of years, have been affected by development and buildings. I mentioned in my presentation the old station, which is a federal, provincial, and municipal historic site. And so the historic view is the view across the river valley. We don't have much space anymore in Old Strathcona to be able to breathe and feel that historic space. And I am concerned for future populations that they won't be able to have that same kind of vision, and that we're just going to be a bunch of rats in a high-rise community.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, and I'm just because I'm still like I'm looking at the map here. So so are you talking like, is the view from ground level is the part that we're worried about? So if there was a tower there, that would ruin the view of the river valley from ground level.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, unless there was some really, really innovative and environmentally smart planning and development.
Because the way I look at the map on strategy on page 43 of the strategy is that there's still the part that is essentially currently a park isn't being touched by the proposal for redevelopment. It's just the portion of the land that has the parking lot.
That's correct. But so, imagine.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Well, I guess because to me, like, so if that part was developed, because there's trees surrounding that parking lot, I'm just trying to wonder, like, right now there isn't a view of the river valley if you're standing at the other side of Tommy Banks Way, looking towards the river valley because that parking lot is surrounded by trees.
You can still see it. Oh, absolutely, 100%. You can still see through there. It's just when you're building these tall buildings, you have to remember that they're going to be there for 100 or more years, right? Yeah. And if you sell the land, it is gone out of the public purse, right? And so as a historian, we've seen this happen over and over and over again, and I think it's unfair to future populations and future taxpayers, et cetera, that they're not going to have access to that.
Okay, I think I better understand. Okay, so
okay.
I see what you're saying. So if you were sort of in the main green space right now, adjacent to the parking lot, right now you can sort of see through the trees and across the parking lot to the river valley. Okay, yeah, because I can only use the street view, so it doesn't give me a view right from standing in the middle of the park, which is maybe where I was misunderstanding, because street view didn't seem to get me that view. So
yeah,
okay,
and as long as we'd need the building, if one gets built, to stay within that parking lot spot, because I can just, when you look online at the map that has been projected, it takes up over half of that entire space, and that doesn't really work with.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, you'd want to keep that concentrated on on the parking lot space itself. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay,
exactly.
That's helpful. Now I have a better idea of it. Thank you. That helps me.
Okay.
I think. How am I doing? Oh, geez. All right. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I'm going back to Ms. Roslin. I do heard and the parking from today, and then it's a big concern for some of speakers. The amendment you provided here, I just want to have better understanding how we resolve that concerns and for the public perspective, and also for our Rich Mill business owners as well. And then I heard there are over 50 businesses there, and then I want to make sure business has a parking as well. So can you explain this amendments and from public perspective, and also from the tenant perspective?
Yes. So right now in the strategy, there's some direction that says to consider underground parking for public use, but it's not a requirement. So it's unlikely that a development proponent would voluntarily provide that, right? Without some kind of specific requirement that would make them do that. So that's why we've proposed the amendments in two parts. One, to amend the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy. Number one, to provide public parking, and number two, to provide dedicated parking for Ritchie Mill. And that essentially that comes from that direction that's in the strategy right now. But we also know that, as we've heard here today, that public parking is a concern in the area. So it seems like a great opportunity. We can do both of these things at the same time, right? Provide parking underground that's dedicated for Ritchie Mill, and then additional public parking. But the thing with the Ritchie Mill stalls is, there's a lot of scenarios of how we could do this, but those Ritchie Mill tenants would only need those stalls Monday to Friday during business hours. So depending on how the arrangement goes with the property developer, whether that's Scott or somebody else, they could then allocate those stalls for public use in the evening, on the weekends, in addition to the fully public stalls that would be available in the underground parkade.
Okay, thank you for that. So then it's my understanding is, so you would like to see those amendments to the strategies before strategies approved?
Yes.
Okay. So my next question is just going to the speakers. I have a few speakers and who actually expressed the public parking spot concerns may answer my questions. Is this solution and could address some of your concerns regarding the parking spots? So anyone welcome to jump in and to answer this question.
Thank you very much. I think that our entire group of cultural cousins, as we call ourselves, would be concerned about the full-scale removal of 300 spots. A reduction to perhaps a compromise of 100, be it underground, overground, or continued surface, would to us enable us to plan towards better sustainability than the wholesale removal of all of the entire amenity. So what I'm hearing is concerning. We want to be good partners in finding a solution that is not a zero-sum game. So I'm enjoying what I'm hearing talking about when it comes to underground or above ground or retention of some surface.
Okay, so you still think this is not the real solution?
I'm sorry?
So you still think this is not real solution? And for that 300 on the parking spots moved and...
And say our real solution, my real solution at the Yardbird Suite is the retention of at least 1/3 of that particular amount of parking spaces in proximity to our businesses.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other want to add this? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that most of the I guess all these businesses have different types of business, but for a lot of businesses, we do rely on people coming to the area from all parts of the city, and people coming look for very close, accessible parking. They're not going to go 2 blocks over and to find a parking spot. They want something close to the business that they're going to, and then maybe they'll stay to the area, but maybe they're just coming for that specific thing. So I think that the consideration has to be made for these businesses because that is what is paying the taxes and supporting the city.
Yes, thank you for that perspective. I know some business specific close to the west side of White Avenue and may a little bit further and from the parking spot and for this earlier solution mentioned here. Yes, thank you for that point. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, just quickly to the folks from the arts community. Thank you for your work and your dedication, and you bring so much to White Avenue and to the district. You would not know this, but it's my understanding that Councillor Jans is going to be moving a subsequent motion after this discussion, asking for, as we move forward to concept planning, that as part of that work, that there be study on the parking needs, and as well as other aspects of mobility, right? So I just wanted you to know that this approval is not closing the chapter on that conversation, right? So I don't know if Councillor Jans shared that with you or not, but committee will be kind of looking at that. What are your thoughts on that? Any thoughts on that?
I think we welcome that. That's
Okay.
exactly what we've been asking for.
Okay.
And it's really great to have a seat at this table, so thank you very much.
Yeah, great. Okay, thanks.
That's it? It's a quick round. Okay. Seeing no further speakers from comments or for the public, I would invite the members of the public, if you want to, do we just invite them back to chambers there so they don't have to sit in the squares again? Is that what we do, clerk? Would you like to take the comfy chairs back in the central auditorium? And while we're doing that, we will move to questions of administration. Now, as everyone's doing that, please sign up on the board if you'd like to go. Mayor Sohi. Oh, you didn't? Well, I did. I guess I could go first. So, yeah, so my first question to administration is, I recall early on, I was a young councillor, and there was a map, or there was a plan here that contemplated putting kind of housing from Sass Drive to White Ave. I thought I saw 2 or 3 tranches of housing. I believe that was like version 1, but then where we got to today is version 2, which contemplates the park space. What changed? What thinking did administration have to prioritize green space over housing space?
Yeah, you're right, Councillor Jans. The initial options that we looked at included one that had a lot more development just north of, or just south of the Yardbird Suite. And yeah, just basically there was additional parking, or additional analysis on long-term open space needs that led to the concept that you see today.
So we're still in a housing emergency. Like, I guess that's new information since we went to public. Like, is administration open to, or I guess where's the thinking here about maybe, because there's a lot of land in there that could be potentially other developments. What's some of the thinking or the rationale?
So I can maybe start, and the team can elaborate, Councillor. So the sites that we're looking at here that the plan describes are not immediate housing sites. So regardless of if they're park or housing, they're going to take some time to put together and make sure there's infrastructure in place. So they likely won't solve immediate housing need. The mix of park versus housing, that's an active discussion. And so based on community input, which there's diverse perspectives, and the assessment, it was determined that open space is the most appropriate. Mainly because this area is deficient by about half of what we look for open space in communities. And knowing that this is a high growth area that will see a tripling of population once we hit 2 million. And when we have established communities, we don't get to collect municipal reserve like normal processes in other communities that are growing on our edges. And so when we do have land, we typically are very cautious and strategic, looking forward of what the needs will be in the future once population grows.
So some of those 2 or 3 story wood frames that were built in the 70s or 80s, those will probably be coming down and becoming 6 or 8 story units, and then they're going to need some park space. Is that kind of the thinking?
Yes, this area is within the city plan on primary corridors, really important area. There is mass transit network plan for this. There's a good bike network. And we have, council over the last several years, really activated and opened up housing opportunities across the city that are particularly interesting and implementable in this community, such as the zoning bylaw, the district plans, the infrastructure, infill infrastructure fund that helps with the housing accelerator fund. So there's a lot of opportunities outside of these lands and these plans for development in the community.
So how did it work with the Sidex building south of White Ave? I believe they have 150 stalls of public parking. Was that the city owned that land and put a condition on it? How did that work?
Yeah, that's correct. I think Mr. Jiraki's on the call. Bart, do you want to answer that?
Sure, yeah, I can speak to that. So I'm just down here. So for that sale agreement, there were conversations with council, and through a public hearing, I understand that there was a need for maintaining a certain amount of parking before that land was sold. So what we did within that sale agreement itself was made a condition so that a future development permit had to include a certain amount of parking spaces. And then therefore, once we saw that that permit was in place, we could see that clearly they've taken the right step as a future purchaser, and then that condition would be satisfied. So that's what led towards the current plan, which is the creation of those 150 parking stalls as this first phase is being developed.
Right. So when are we going to be putting up e-park meters at the farmers market parking lot? Like, when does that transfer, when is the ownership retained by the city?
The current lease expires in the first quarter of 2025, so it's going to revert back to the city March, April of 2025.
And does the city collect data then on usage, who's punching in, when? Like, we would have then up-to-date parking data from that lot on usage?
From that point forward, like once we
Using
have
e-park.
control of it, we'd be monitoring and seeing what the type of the usage is, yes.
And who owns the Strathcona Community League parking lot? There's like 100 stalls there.
I can speak to that one as well. So it is, I believe it's on city land, but it is through a license agreement that the city has, a tripartite license between the city and the community leagues. And so in that situation, and I'm going off a little bit off of my memory here, I believe it's the community league specifically that would sort of run that that building and the land that's around that, and they're responsible for it, but
So
it is on
they do
city
the care
land.
and feeding, snow removal, etc.?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, I'll have to come back for another round. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jansen, and again, thanks to everyone sort of involved with this body of work. There's a lot in it. Really great strategy to read. Wanted to ask a little bit about the tension that we heard on the parking piece and sort of the broader engagement. I heard obviously from some folks who feel like either that their voice wasn't heard or wasn't reflected. My guess is, looking at some of the various What We Heard reports included in this report, is that the tension you've probably run up against is that when you consistently went out to ask people their feedback, a majority of residents, business owners said they do want to see these reductions over time. And so there likely comes a point where we can't be everything to everyone, and so ultimately a decision was made that based off what you've heard, that's why you've made some of these recommendations, to do it gradually, but nevertheless to still see a reduction over time.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Knack. There was a lot of engagement, postcards to 20,000 property owners on multiple occasions, stickers on business windows, that kind of stuff. We heard from people who both really, and as we did today, we heard from people who really loved the changes and the vision, and we heard from people who had concerns about it. And so just listening to that, we had to look at what our technical analysis said, and then also what city policy says. And so we, as a city, we do have a policy to get more alternatives to the car so that people can walk and cycle more easily.
That does create tension, though, and maybe why some people feel like they're not heard. I'm looking at page 23 of the What We Heard report, number 2, repurposing of on-street parking. Over 60% of, or at least 60% of respondents said they wanted to repurpose that space for more. But we also heard from some business owners right there who don't want to see that lost, but ultimately you had to make a recommendation. So it's not necessarily that people weren't heard, but at some point there is a trade-off conversation we have to have.
For sure, and we try to identify those trade-offs and also in the strategy more clearly specify like what the preconditions are to the removal of parking, so that if we're going to put in significant transit improvements, maybe that should be in place before certain parking stalls get removed.
Which is, yeah, and that's part of that gradual piece to this overall body of work is recognizing that we should, and I think you're right about having that in place. Okay, and what I saw in a lot of these What We Heard reports sort of consistently is that every time you did go out, and again, recognizing there are different perspectives, but more often than not, what I'm seeing is that in almost all of them, a majority of respondents were more eager to go down this path. than not. Again, doesn't mean that the ones who aren't valid perspectives, but I'm just getting a sense that over and over again, everything I seem to see here seems to suggest that a majority of folks you spoke with over the years on this work are supportive of the changes.
So we don't have like firm numbers, but we heard strong numbers from both camps, and so it's and then as planners we have to make a call as to what the right thing to do is, and that's where we don't just guide ourselves by engagement, but also by policy and by technical analysis, and then try to sensitively help people adjust to change through mechanisms.
So that leads to recognizing that how we transition. There are some points in the strategy that talk about absolutely replacing, like if there's a development that we will do something like an underground parking. I forgot to write down the page number of the one I saw that, and yet there are other spots where it says we should. And I guess I did want to get a sense from you is that there are a few spots where we say should replace with underground parking versus could, and I wanted to better understand why you use that language, recognizing some of the concerns that we have heard from folks.
This is long-range policy, and so conditions will change over time, and so we don't want to lock ourselves in today to different conditions in the future. Also, as the city is the property owner here, and Mr. Jiraki can jump in, but we wanted to signal in policy, the importance of things like underground parking, recognizing that when the city actually goes to do a development and tries to achieve many social objectives, we'll have to weigh those things and want to get the best proposals we possibly can, and so maybe not making it an absolute requirement in policy.
Okay, I see. And I mean, and we'll maybe get into the specifics of some of those properties later on, but I mean, if you're doing a larger style development, some of them by default have to have underground space for how they build their buildings, which in turn creates that potential opportunity. Okay, I'm out of time on this round. I'll have more.
Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, so I understand that in 2023 a parking study was done, but since then we have gave approval to, we have overhauled our zoning regulations for more density. We gave approval to district plans, and you're going to see a lot of density around White Avenue in that area. So maybe it will be beneficial to undertake another study and deal with some of the concerns that you have heard from some of the speakers.
Mayor Sohi, I think you've brought forward a good point that we want to be considering the most recent information at the moment, and part of it is we don't know exactly when this is going to be developed.
Yes.
So when that happens, we will want to assess where things are at, what's the situation, and provide our best recommendation at that time.
Yeah.
So I think what you're suggesting.
That's great. And then as we start implementing this plan, and obviously it requires resources, that will probably be part of a conversation in the next capital budget. But even approval of funding does not mean that you going to get everything done in a short amount of time. There's a time frame for this, right? That's going to be longer than 3 or 4 or 5 years.
As you can see with many other projects, there's the process, and our IAS partners, you're very familiar with the PDDM, so we start off with the idea of a concept plan, but it takes time to move through the process.
Then the staging of the...
And that would be the same in this situation.
Okay, great. I'm glad that I'm hearing that from administration. Thank you so much for that, because that will allay some of the concerns that we are hearing from very important partners from the arts and cultures sector, right? And other businesses who have concerns too. I want to come back. I want to come to the question raised by the Ritchie Mill folks. Why is it not possible to extend the lease for 1 year?
So on that agreement, the original agreement was until 2028. And so the tenants in that case had entered into some leases beyond the existing term of the lease. And through our discussions with them, we did extend for an additional year out until 2029 to ensure that they had a full 5-year term. What we haven't been doing thus far is entering into any subsequent lease negotiations or renewals subject to this conversation. We wanted to see where the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy was moving forward, what the input was from both the community as well as from council, and then depending on where that lands, if there's a desire to potentially not dispose of that land and to just utilize it as parking, then administration would look at other alternatives such as entering into a longer term lease.
But they're asking for interim kind of 1 year extension. As you move forward on the sale, there might be opportunities for the whoever buys that land or remains with city, or city becomes the developer, whatever those arrangements be, there might be opportunities for them to engage on that. But there is immediate issue they're facing, which is that they need to renew their mortgage and their building is full. And if they are unable to give that certainty, then, tenants will start possibly moving out, right? So I think, why is it difficult to extend for 1 year?
So maybe this is something I can take back and have a further conversation, but the initial discussion we had with the Ritchie Mill tenant is that they did request the 1 year extension, which we did provide.
Yeah, but they're looking for, I think what I'm looking for is, I think what they're looking for is 2029 to 2030, right? So another additional year, right? So that's what they're nodding their head, right? So that's what I'm understanding. So do you have the flexibility to go to end of whatever the date is in 2030?
We can, yeah. It's one of the situations where the longer we continue to do that, then we just impact other choices that we could make with city-owned land in terms of looking to dispose of that land and trying to maximize the use or other objectives that the city's looking to achieve. But yes, we could have a further conversation on that if it's just a single year that they're looking for.
Okay, I'm running out of time. Maybe I'll come listen to the conversation. If you have more questions, come back. Thanks.
Councilor Wright.
Hi, so you've talked about doing more consultation in regards to, I think, in regards to the parking and that. The current, what we heard reports talk about, that the majority of the respondents were in Edmonton, in that surrounding area. Could you expand? I mean, we heard from, who was it, Varscona and Yardbird Suite, that a lot of their clientele come in from outside of Edmonton even. Could you expand your, I guess, consultation to address that?
Well, just talking about the consultation that we did, Councillor Wright, we did mail notices, like postcards, as I said multiple times, to property owners in the area, but then we did an online survey that was accessible to people from wherever they are, because we recognize that it's not just local. Like, there's a lot of local interest in Old Strathcona, obviously, but then it's also a draw for the rest of the metropolitan area. And so, yeah, people in St. Albert or Beaumont or whatever had the opportunity to do that survey.
Okay, and was that advertised with, like, to the patrons of those sites?
It was a good question. We put it out through the Insight communities, which goes to I think mostly residents in Edmonton proper. Yeah. There were stickers on businesses and that so patrons who came to those establishments were able to see and have an opportunity to learn about it as well. So we did our best to just get the word out as well as we could.
Okay. Because I am concerned that we haven't really gotten, we haven't heard from everybody that does use the Old Strathcona area. And then I'm also concerned about prioritizing the housing over parks, because I do think parks are key to having people have a more livable community in which they are being housed. Is there... Yeah, because to me the focus does seem, I know in the end there's going to be this big beautiful, green walkway and that, but in the interim, can we balance the two? That more housing along with more parks?
So, Councillor, that absolutely could be done, but what you have in front of you is the recommendation based on the feedback we've got and the technical analysis. Knowing that within this community there is a lot of private opportunity to meet the housing need, and the city has freed up and streamlined a number of our rules and regulations and helped with infrastructure. So we don't believe that necessarily providing parcels for housing is going to generate any more housing in the community that might already be happening through private endeavors. The open space, nobody else is going to do that but the city. And so this is our opportunity to provide that open space for the community in the future.
Okay, so we are, okay, so maybe I misunderstood or read it wrong, that, okay, so we are using the majority of this area then for the parks space.
Correct.
Okay,
There are some housing sites noted, but the majority of that open space that surface parking lots right now
Yeah.
is shown as park space.
Okay, good, just thanks for the clarity.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Okay, so I may have more questions. So to start the first one, and from the reports, we only have 5,000, barely 5,000 people. And from August 2022 to April 24, participated in the public consultation and engagement. And then I heard you answered to Councillor Wright's question, but my question is, do you have the breakdown, even though you provided the 3 reports and for the 3 phases engagement and breakdown, and like actually how many percentage of people actually in that area, not only residents, also the business?
Councillor Rice, you're asking what percentage of businesses actually engaged?
Business and residents.
Yes, as you've noted, we spoke to over 5,000 people over the course of the process. We had a mailing list of over 1,500 people. We don't have a percentage of the number of businesses that we spoke to. Ms. Klassen said that her organization represents around 600 businesses. And so we spoke to a number, but definitely not 600. And so we did our best and required information went to them, and if they didn't want to be involved, that's their choice.
So
Councillor
thank
Rice,
you. Yeah.
Sorry, just to add to that, we also had our advisory committee, which was represented business owners, the arts community, as well as residents, and not just the businesses from the BIA. So there were we took a multi-pronged approach to our engagement to try to reach as many people as possible.
So for me to ask you that question, because White Avenue and is a place, a special place for Edmontonians across the entire city, not only for the people in that area. Even today, and from public speaker, we heard some people even they're not aware of the public consultation process and engagement. So that demonstrates a certain gap, if I could use that words, and in the public engagements. That is why I ask that data for that information, and it seems like it's not clear. So if that is the case, my next question is going to the budget piece. So the project launched in 2022, and right now the budget we approved for the planning and design, or only for the planning?
So, Councillor, there's only budget to do this strategy. So
strategy is part of the planning, right?
Just what we have here today. So there are components to this, though. So when we talk about the open space and parks, there is no budget allocated at this time. That's a future work and future asks to council. But there is some planning or some budget to take us to the next level of planning on the bus rapid transit corridor, which is a separate project along White Avenue. That has funding budget to take us to the next gateway.
Could you be able more specific? And I want to know the budget piece. There are 2 levels here. One level is under the operating or under the capital.
If I can jump in on that, this is Natalie from IIS. The planning funding for the mass transit planning work is $5.5 million in its capital.
So we use the portion of that $5.5 million for this, or for $5.5 million.
The planning hasn't yet started, so the funding's in place as part of the 23 to 26 capital budget, and we're in procurement currently.
And the preparation of the strategy before you did not involve any capital. That was just operating dollars.
So that is operating dollars. And for the strategy development is purely operating, but for the capital piece, $5.5 million right now start did not start to use yet.
That's correct, Councillor. The mass transit strategy was approved by council just a few months ago.
So in that case, from process perspective, what does that mean if we received as information? Can you give me the next step? If we receive as information, what's the next step? What's the implication on the budget?
So by accepting this strategy at committee, there is no implication or obligation to new budget. This is only a long-term guidance. It's not statutory, so nothing within the strategy council has to follow. It is a guide. It truly is meant to be a guide and will help inform administration and the community, knowing that we generally are on the right track and that there'll be future budget asks to implement this work, but there's nothing imminent.
However, I heard very clear, if we received as information and we have a planning budget on the capital already there. So what does that mean if we receive as information right now, we start to use that planning budget and to move to the next level? So I want to get very clear, that planning budget still stayed there and it will not be used until which point?
Perhaps we could come back to that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, my time is out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for your work on this. It's been really exciting to read through, and I've been enjoying the conversation so far. Yeah, maybe just jumping off some of the questions I was asking speakers, thoughts around curbside parking along Gateway as both a means to provide parking, but also traffic calming.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, as we spent time in Endestill Park and along there and did analysis, it's a tough space because of the volume of traffic, and so yeah, we from an urban design perspective, we're open to that. I wonder if Mr. Carhut has any comments on just future changes to Gateway Boulevard.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting about the area is we've seen with the scramble crossings come in, again, kind of signaling to drivers, there's like a change in the urban context there. I do think Gateway Boulevard between White Avenue and Saskatchewan Drive is primed for perhaps some rethinking there. I believe it's typically 3 lanes right now, plus some curbside parking bays there. So yeah, definitely an opportunity, but again, all falls within the discussions of trade-offs here. Eric mentioned the volumes going to downtown, the traffic going to downtown, but again, that area, in thinking of serving that area, whatnot, that might be a better way to do it.
Yeah, do we know, and again, like I know it's very early days, do we have a count of what that would add in terms of stalls? If we were to go from White to Saskatchewan Drive to add that curbside lane?
No.
Okay.
I don't have that off the top of my head, but in just looking at it previously, it does look like there'd be an opportunity for some parallel parking and then potentially a consideration of maybe angled parking, but again, there'd have to be some
Right.
More work on that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'd be very curious to see what that would look like as we explore things further. And again, like not just from a parking perspective, but narrowing that roadway a little bit to help with yeah, just how much interface there is with other modes, and actively slowing down some of that thoroughfare. Would be curious to know how that goes. So I'll leave that one there. Parking studies. So really appreciated the reference to the parking study that was done as this body of work. I was also thinking about the 2019 comprehensive parking study that was done when we were looking at the elimination of parking minimums. And I don't know if there's anyone who can comment on that piece, but I remember, I don't have it in front of me, similar numbers were shared around we are overparked citywide. Does it mirror what was reflected in the more recent study?
Councillor Salvador, I don't know off top of my head how it would relate to this particular areas, but that's something we can take away and consider any parking study that we do.
I could perhaps add something there. Yeah, in the 2019 and the open option parking work that we did look at sites across the city, whatnot. Looked for a good mix of kind of those sites suburban, those sites central, whatnot. Generally, we are seeing similar in that we do tend to overprovide for parking. In this area, it's in Old Strathcona, it's a little more complicated because of the urban form in the area and whatnot, and the mix of residential, business, whatnot. So gets a little more complicated. A lot more on-street parking provided in the area, whatnot. But again, what we learned through the Old Strathcona parking study was that there are a lot of parking spaces in the area. We do see utilization getting up 65 to 70%. That's not like, we're looking at a very big area. That's not to say that there are parking spaces available. Those might not be immediately adjacent to the businesses, but there are opportunities there, I think, to maybe think of different ways to manage our parking in the area so that we do either find ways to make those spaces closer to businesses, more readily available, or help people find available spaces in the area.
Yeah, and that's where the wayfinding piece comes in. I'm correct in that assumption? That's where wayfinding can also come in, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Parking technology is moving along fast, and there may be opportunities to explore that.
Yeah, okay. And then I just have a few questions about, I guess, integration with surrounding context and sort of the edges of the study area, but I'll come back for another round on that one. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate the work that's been done in the conversation so far today. I'll have a number of things to speak to, but wanted to run through a few quick questions. So it's come up a few times, and I'm going to ask it again, but just to answer that balance between open space and opportunities for housing and more density. And I think it's really relevant in this area, just given the provincially designated historic area and some of the limitations that places on intensification. So again, just wanting to fully understand the analysis that was done. Did we look at some scenarios of providing additional development space? What did that look like?
Sure, Councillor. I'm going to ask Corey Churchill from our open space group to talk about the open space assessment, and then perhaps Eric can talk about some of the different scenarios that we ran.
Thanks, Kent. To your question, Anne, we did look at, Councillor Stevenson, we did look at a number of open space factors as part of our analysis, wellness, celebration, ecology. I think it all comes down to trade-offs and recognizing what's deficient within the context, within the neighborhood. And in this context, there are existing open spaces. They do provide function. We have district parks outside of Strathcona that provide a range of active recreation, but we have parks that are within Strathcona perhaps suffering from overuse, events utilizing William McIntyre Park, for example. So a high need for something that provided a solid wellness, more passive use recreation function. And so that serves the bulk for the what we envision for the district park within the plan area. So appreciate that ultimately it's about trade-offs, but also recognizing that there is a high need for open space within the neighborhood, both now and forecasting into the future as population grows.
Thank you for that. And maybe, Mr. Baxter, before you answer as well, just in terms of that scenario planning. So I appreciate those points. Also, just wanted to confirm that we have modeled that there is potential for the amount of growth that we're expecting in the area to happen again, given some of the constraints.
Just to build off what Mr. Churchill and Mr. Snyder have said, we've provided our best sort of long-range view of what the municipality should provide in terms of open space, and that is heavily dependent on the assumption that the residential development will happen on private land. As you've noted, Councillor Stevenson, it is a provincial historic area. There's a number of heritage designations that do limit future intensification, but then we've looked for opportunities like along the parking lot at Connaught Armory, which could be redeveloped. We did look at scenarios in the process that, for example, one that had no development at all on this land, and one that had two additional housing sites south of the Yardbird Suite. And so it's really, we've done our best professional recommendation, and if council, because of funding considerations and housing considerations, wants to look at other options, and we will be, I guess we'll be open to that.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. I mean, it's helpful to know the steps that we're gone through. And yeah, I appreciate sort of looking at current demands, but also what the future could look like as well. And finding that additional space on the other parking lot for a new development. Just wanted to pick up on a few points from the speakers, and I'm sorry, I'll have to come for another round, but I heard concern from one of the public members that if we make the land available at the end of Seal Park, that it could sit idle. Am I correct in remembering that we can condition any sale of the land, the development has to occur within a certain timeline?
Yes, we can put conditions on a land sale to encourage development to happen sooner. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will. It may just mean that we have to, for instance, if a developer doesn't actually advance within that timeline, we'd have to go back out to market, but we can do such things.
Great. And this may be a question that we need to discuss in camera, but just wondering what risks there are in requiring some form of parking, underground parking on the redevelopment of that site.
The risk is associated with requiring underground parking. The main one would be it's adding a condition, so yet another factor that someone would have to look at in order to move ahead with the construction of a redevelopment on that site. And so if the underground parking is meant to be solely for private use, for instance, then if you're looking to redevelop with a tower for sake of argument, you would have to provide yet another floor of underground parking in addition to any parking spaces that you would want for your own tenants and residents within the building. So the main one would be it's a cost. It becomes a deterrent in some ways in terms of the types of proponents that we would be able to attract, and maybe just defer some of the timelines related to actually disposing of the land. The one thing, if I could add really quickly, just to correct myself on a previous matter, we did get that request from Mr. Hughes for an additional year. And part of the reason why we did not provide the extension was because we had understood through the discussions at council that through the housing emergency, we're looking to utilize city land for the redevelopment purposes. And so we wanted to make sure we weren't further limiting our ability to dispose of this land if that's one of our goals. Hopefully,
Thanks
answer
for a few more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to jump in at this time, but I do want to go in camera at some point. Do we want to? Okay. I'm really sorry to the speakers here. I'm going to move. Can we go in camera?
And can you on questions on?
Clerk, pertinent to sections 24.
Sections 24 and 25.
Yeah. So for legal reasons, related to the land labor law, related to sale of property and some other fiduciary interests of the city in the area. So I'll take a motion. I'll move the motion to go in camera. Clerk, do we need to call the vote?
Yes.
Could we call the vote, please?
We're just missing one vote. Councillor Wright, did it come through for you? Perfect. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. We'll take a minute to clear chambers. Just roll call and get going. We're all good from the YouTube side. We're live. Okay, great. Councilor Wright.
I'm here.
Councilor Knapp.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Joining us in chamber is Councilor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
So he had to step out. Are any other members of council with us? Councilor Rutherford.
Yep, still here.
Councilor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
And is that Councilor Tang? Clerk, are
Councilor
there any
Prince
others?
is here.
Oh, Councilor Prince Bay. There we go. Okay, thanks. Okay, so we're back to the X camera, back to questions of administration. If anybody wants to ask another round. So, Councilor Rice.
Thank you. So, if today's this strategy received as information and then passed, what does that mean specific? Does that mean and it gives the city administration the direction to go to sell that line, the parking lot, or then what is the next step?
So to answer that question, if the report is received for information, the administration would view that as a signal that this general strategy is in alignment with council's desire to advance some of and implement some of the work associated with that. That would also include moving towards the disposition through normal process for the sale of land that's been identified.
Because there are 7 actions, including this strategy, does that mean those 7 actions will be moved forward and with approved existing budget? Or we are, because usually when we receive the information, report as information means nothing, and what will happen. So I just want to clarify specifically for this strategy.
Sure, Councillor. The recalling back to the presentation we started this discussion with earlier today, and the slide had looking like a bit of a snake with the 7 actions and the time scale there on all the lines on that particular PowerPoint. There is this strategy will be implemented over a number of years. And so all of those actions have different milestones and different processes. What this strategy does is gives administration and the community some comfort and knowledge in terms of this is the direction we'd like to see for this area. But this strategy has a number of different checkpoints. So when there is the talk of a future park, that will come back to council in terms of conceptual planning as well. There is no budget to do that work either, so that will be a future budget discussion advanced to council. Also, linked to this but not fully dependent on it, the mass transit study was approved by committee in September of this year, and that shows a bus rapid transit along White Avenue. That has separate funding to advance to the next gateway in design. That work will be influenced by this strategy as well.
Okay, so what I heard here very clearly, and right now we don't have any specific money pieces attached with this, but then for certain check-in points, and we will ask additional budget and to support the implementation.
Correct.
Okay, so one more question. When is the Imagine Jasper Avenue project will be finished?
Currently, the planning is around 2027, so end of 2027.
So that project will be fully complete around 2027?
Yeah, so the plan for the delivery is to do it over 3 years, 2025, 2026, 2027.
So that's his plan
That's
schedule.
the plan and schedule, and so at the end of 2027.
Okay, so that's his planned schedule. Okay, one more question. Because we still heard the future consultation could be involved in terms of planning and then design stage, because right now it's just the strategy, and then it's not planning, it's not design stage. And when those type of stage coming in, and then how how to balance the different perspective and we heard today. And because it's really obvious for today, and then we did not get everybody consensus and for this strategy move forward. And but how you balance that?
So you're correct, Councillor Rice. There's a number of projects that will advance that will have continued conversations in the community engagement before they proceed. And no matter what the city does, there are varying perspectives on what the right choice is. And what we look to then is building on previous work and direction and community feedback. So this strategy would give guidance to how we balance or consider some of those perspectives, as would our city plan, the district plan, policies that we have as a city as well.
So we don't have the final financial number for how much cost could be and for this implementation.
That is correct.
So we don't know, even we don't have estimated number.
Very difficult to provide, but it is substantial when we talk about a bus rapid transit corridor along White Avenue that that expands or extends much further beyond this study area. So it's tough to draw conclusions at this point of estimates, but it is significant dollars to investment in the community.
Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. So I have two subsequent motions that I want to move after the debate, but just in fairness to my colleagues, just so they're aware where I'm thinking, I wanted to share them now so that folks could, or allude to them now, even so folks could at least think about this or if they want to speak to it. And there is a question here for administration. So the first one was about prior to any concept planning for the district park and as part of regular district park planning updates to committee, review parking in Old Strathcona to understand the parking demand and supply, explore changes and transition strategies for parking management and or wayfinding, and ensure accessible parking spaces and pickup drop-off locations. So confirming something like that with administration, would that provide clarity that council would like to remain in the loop as we go forward on any elements related to parking in this area?
Yes, absolutely, Councillor. That would give very clear direction to administration. That every decision point moving forward, we reconsider the parking needs based on the time and need for the community.
And have we ever contemplated, like, are community leagues allowed to say put up parking meters at, like I'm looking at the Strathcona Community League parking lot, for instance. I know it's bumping in the evenings, but 9 to 5, it's fairly empty. Could they charge parking, or could they look at some sort of a lease agreement or something?
We'd have to work with law and also look at the zoning bylaw in terms of what we can do under the tripartite agreement and also zoning, but it is something that we can explore and provide that information back.
So, and maybe I'll work on integrating that into the motion as well too. The second motion I was looking at was the creation of a reserve where any funding from either the parking generated or from land sales in the area that we could try and earmark towards implementing the public realm strategy, because as Councillor Rice and others have said, we don't have the money to go forward here. So could administration sort of speak to, have we had a dedication like this before?
I can recall one, I believe within the Rossdale area, we had utilized funding from a land sale towards creating the river crossing business plan. So that was one example. Usually, yeah, in those situations, if it's directed by council, that's something we can do.
Okay. So yeah, so just so my colleagues are aware, those are the two subsequent motions I'm looking at right now. And I guess another question for administration. So it feels like we're kind of getting into the weeds a lot on this plan. Like at the high level though, what if this plan is received for information today, barring the subsequent motions, what are the next steps that will take place?
So yeah, one of the next steps is, as Natalie Lazurko has talked about, is the rapid transit, the bus rapid transit study, and just making sure that the public realm strategy, what the public realm strategy says about White Avenue, gets incorporated into that. And then we would look at the possibility of some seasonal closures on 83rd Avenue, and yeah, those would be some of the initial steps.
So, and what about the different contemplations, like with the end of Steel Park and the Ritchie Mill site, would negotiations and discussions still be continuing with parties there?
Yes, so the strategy is to guide our decision-making over the long term, and the lease with Ritchie Mill is specifically is a separate and ongoing conversation. We don't need clarity on what is going to happen with that lease today in order for council to consider the motion in front of them with respect to the strategy.
So that's one element to the plan. Today we're talking about the plan as a whole, and that can be a to be continued. So
correct.
Would there be a checkpoint with council prior to any sale or anything like that? That conversation would take place at exec committee or something?
Typically, it'll depend on the value of the transaction. So if a transaction is above administration's delegated authority, then administration would bring a report back to council for council's consideration before we enter into any sale agreement.
Okay, and any contemplation of parking changes or considerations, again, would be also a part of that too?
It would be identified within that report as well. We could speak to that.
Okay. I think that's all I had for questions, so I'll go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, and appreciate Councillor Jans giving a heads up on the subsequent. That seems like a good way forward. I want to follow up on the mayor's line of questioning to speakers earlier, just related to the prioritization of roads and arterials through BIAs for renewal. Can you just help me understand what that looks like and how they are prioritized? In my mind, it seems like, you know, they should be higher on those lists, given that they are part of our Main Street network.
So I'm going to do a little bit of history here, just so make sure we're clear. So the Business Improvement Area Street and Alley Renewal Prioritization Program was a concept brought forward in 2019. At the time, we were applying this to roads and alleys that are already identified in poor or very poor condition, or that would fall into poor condition over the next cycles up to 2030. And so the idea was accelerating the renewal of roads and alleys that are already in poor condition. I make that distinction because it's important to understand that it's not about renewing all of the roads in the BIAs or alleys in the BIAs. It was about the ones that are in need from a life cycle perspective. Now, importantly, the direction from committee was to integrate that into the neighborhood renewal program, which applies to collectors and alleys, but not to arterial roads. And so from that perspective, administration was not provided direction to prioritize arterial roadways in BIAs for renewal. It does happen through the prioritization because on the arterial program, we do account for the significance of the road, if I can say. Now, the other problem with advancing the work is that the arterial program is funded at about 25% of ideal for the 2023-2026 capital program. And so that gives you a sense. We have $50 million, more or less, for this budget cycle. We had about $150 million for the previous budget cycle. And so when the discussions took place with the BIA, it was under the assumption that the arterial program would be funded at a similar level. So as some of the speakers mentioned, we are having to defer projects. And so what had been contemplated for 23-26 is significantly less than what you'll see implemented. And all of that has a cascading effect to all of the program or all of the projects that were planned in the BIA areas. And so at this point in time, the only, I think, project that's advancing is 81st Avenue, and that will be completed within this budget cycle.
Okay, that's helpful context and history. I mean, I would be interested in having a further conversation about that. I know, you know, it's related, I think, to this conversation today, but probably worthwhile to have a separate one as well. So I will put that aside for now, but I have many questions. So just coming back, I wanted to get a little more clarity around just integration with surrounding context when it comes to the edges of the study area, recognizing, you know, we're far off from having granular, detailed information, but just at a high level. When I look at the Saskatchewan Drive interface, like, what, maybe a better question is End of Steel Park supposed to be seen as a destination in and of itself, or more as a sort of connection point for folks moving north-south? Or both?
So Mr. Churchill may want to jump in on this. He's on the call. But End of Steel Park is a community level park, you know, intended for just local, you know, the benefit of local residents. The strategy that we've developed also has this greenway that cuts through, you know, from north to south, and would necessarily need to go through End of Steel Park. That's intended to obviously meet active transportation needs, but also some biodiversity. So, Corey, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, maybe I'll just add. So I think certainly the Greenway affords an opportunity to think about improving the connectivity across Saskatchewan Drive, and it also then better integrates with the Queen Elizabeth Park Master Plan and some of the longer term improvements that are planned for that part of the River Valley. So I think it forms part of a broader vision for sure.
Okay, yeah, because I'm always aware of sort of that connective tissue when we're talking about projects like this. How do we make sure it's actually integrating and getting folks across Saskatchewan Drive to some of those other amazing amenities? But I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much. I just want to spend a brief amount of time. So what I think I heard is that administration is committed to having ongoing conversations with Ritchie Mills about the parking situation that could result in that being conditioned as part of a land sale. Again, not that we're directing that, but that is one of the options on the table.
That's correct.
Great. I just also want to clarify, my understanding is, again, that would be a cost neutral approach, that they would be expected to cover any additional costs that are created by that condition.
Yep, we can have those conversations.
Great. I'm also just mindful of the approach we took with another property, another historic property actually, where we had a sales agreement out for a year with conditions. That was not successful, and then we reissued it without the conditions. Given sort of the timeline that exists with the original lease in place until 2029, is that another approach that could potentially be explored?
Yes, that's one of the things we were thinking about as well, is that we could look at making a certain condition in place related to parking, and then depending on the outcome of that, can always look at other alternatives in terms of how we list that land.
Perfect. Really appreciate that. Look forward to an update on that work. I'm going to do a lightning round with just a few remaining detailed questions. The rail trail, just want some clarification if that would include a shared use path along the rail alignment. I don't believe there is a walking trail right now, and that is a connection that I'm always feeling is lacking.
If you're talking about the rail trail that heads towards High Level Bridge, there is a shared use path along there currently.
Well, I have not been down there recently enough. Thank you. When we're looking at the traffic modeling, is some of the consideration, are we ever looking at potentially making Saskatchewan Drive two-way throughout the length of the corridor? Like, is some of that in the long-term thinking about how traffic gets managed in the area?
There's work that's been done on the Saskatchewan Drive corridor at a high level in terms of the planning for that road for when we do at some point reconstruct it. The largest driver behind the changes to Saskatchewan Drive is incorporating enhanced active modes along that corridor. So with the space that's available, it's unlikely that we would be going to two-way along the entire stretch.
Okay. Then, I've just been reflecting on, some of the public realm improvements that are proposed. And it seems like a sort of a perfect model for applying a CRL to support those public investments to help catalyze some of the growth. Is my understanding correct that we are not eligible to apply for any additional CRLs at this point due to some of the limitations in the provincial legislation?
Councillor Stevenson, I need to look up the correct wording, but there's a certain percentage of our tax revenue that we can have through the CRL, and I think we are hitting that max. I need to get the wording straight on that though, but essentially I don't think we'd be eligible for an additional CRL.
Okay, and is that, if it weren't for that limitation, is that a tool that the administration thinks could potentially be of use in the area?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Great. No further questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Okay. Seeing no further speakers, no further questions of administration. We now move to debate. I'll put the recommendation on the floor. If the clerk could put the wording up there. I think it's just, is it just receipt of information?
The recommendation in the report is to receive for information,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so I'll move receipt of information. Would anyone like to speak to the report? Councillor? Nobody? Oh, okay. Councillor Knack? Councillor Rice? Nobody? Go ahead. Councillor Rice.
Just myself. So I want to take this opportunity to thank administration's great work. So lots of reports, lots of details, and also take the opportunity to thank all the public speakers come and to share your perspective and for this very, very important topic and for our city. So I have a few points I would like to address here. So what we heard today very clearly, there is no consensus, the full consensus on the reduction of public parking spaces. And specifically, we heard the concern from different groups, like residents, and also the business in BA or outside BA. So those groups said very clear about the concerns and for the reduction of the parking spots, and also some group and one group provided a solution. I did not say if we receive this information, the solution could be reflected and for the strategy. And also we heard very clear and the people are talking about wish to have additional opportunities and to provide their inputs. And even though our city had the public consultation, and it seems like and those people or groups' perspective are not fully reflected or addressed in the strategy, and they still have that public desire to have additional opportunity to provide the inputs. So I asked a question about the Jasper Avenue, Imagine Jasper Avenue project. And as everybody knows, our downtown core area, specifically around Jasper area, and White Avenue, the two areas, and really are our city's hub, and for the culture, for the shopping center, and for people enjoying their life, and then entertainment, lots of things going there. So public ask, at least from my perspective, my interaction with the people, I heard public ask over and over, and then please city, complete the existing project first, then start the new project. I know the timeline and for this strategy, and we still have about 9+ years going on. That is clear indicated in the report. This is just the guiding documents for next step, for the planning, for the designing, for the implementation. But however, if we still have people say we want have additional opportunity to put our inputs there, and also we would like to see our downtown, there's so many projects still going on in our downtown area. We want to see that finish first, and then to start another big project And then like our administration mentioned the face-by-face project on the White Avenue. So I would like to see this strategy and then really reflect those type of perspective. So lastly, and then the cost of implementation of this strategy is unknown at this moment. I know Councillor Jens will have the subsequent motion come in, specific talk about how we prepare our financially get ready to support the implementation of those strategy. But I still thinking there is a gap there with the full information for me to make a decision to approve something or to give the single to administration move forward to sell line to do other things. And then the information and in front of me, I still feel I do not feel comfortable to fully say yes. So I'm not going to support this, receive the information, but I'm looking forward Councillor Jan's subsequent and see how we can, through the subsequent motion, to prepare, to get us ready to move forward to support this strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I just want to take a bit of time to thank the project team and provide my commendation for the work that's been done. There's a lot of content in the plan that's really exciting, and a lot of the specifics and particulars which are really great. I really want to talk about the form of the plan as well, which I think is really exciting and something that I think sets a really good tone for future public realm planning as well. So something I think the planning profession is prone to is coming up with grand visions, but then not really having a clear implementation process. So I wanted to commend the team for the really great job where they did show that final vision, that final state, but also mapped out all the steps it will take to get there. Not only is that really great in terms of ensuring that we achieve that vision, but I think it also helps to set realistic expectations for stakeholders and community. I think the framing around trade-offs and opportunities was also a really great one, which is that even good things aren't perfect, and they do often have downsides as well as the upsides. I think capturing that is a really positive approach. I also really appreciate that it focuses on what's in our control in terms of the public realm and the changes that we can make as a city, rather than setting expectations for private property that may or may not be realized based on others' capacities. So thank you for that great work. I think it's very exciting. I think it will serve the White Gap area well. And again, as a template for this work moving forward, I think is incredibly solid. There were a number of important themes that came out of the conversation that I hope we can pursue further. I particularly appreciate the discussion about how we're prioritizing arterial renewal in BIA areas. It's something that I hear from the 6 BIAs that I represent, and it's something that I think is important for us to contemplate. So I think that's work for another day, and a thread to follow through another time. But strongly encourage my committee colleagues to support this report. And thanks again for all the work that went into it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also want to take a moment to thank all the speakers who came out to be with us today and to share your perspectives, and to thank administration and the project team who has been working on this for a really long time. Really exciting stuff that I want to reflect on, and maybe I will start by just reflecting on how special Old Strathcona is. It is one of the places in Edmonton that helps define who we are as a city. It is integral to our collective identity, and it's one of the places I bring friends and family when they visit Edmonton. It's a place of pride that I think resonates with visitors and residents alike. It's often where I go on a Friday night for a late night dinner, and then where I subsequently go the next morning on my bike to go to the market. And it's just such a dynamic and vibrant area. When I think about what makes this area special compared to other parts of our city and unique, is that Old Strathcona is already fairly compact and walkable, it's amenity rich, and it's dense by design. Unlike other communities that were built out in the 50s or 60s, where we would have to undertake a much more intensive and extensive retrofit to achieve greater walkability and density and human scale development, those bones already exist in Old Strathcona. So we have a unique opportunity to really amplify and enhance and build upon the incredibly solid foundation that already exists. Whenever I talk about 15-minute communities, I always say that this isn't some newfangled planning concept. It's actually very old. Just look at White Ave and Old Strathcona, one of the best examples we have of an area where you can live locally and meet all of your needs fairly close to home. To me, the public realm strategy is an opportunity to build on those strengths and prepare for the inevitable population growth and demand this desirable area of our city will experience over the coming years. An important part of that is correcting deficiencies that currently exist, including a lack of open space and green space, as well as a lack of affordable housing. I think the plan very clearly speaks to that. I really appreciated the point shared by a number of our speakers earlier that fundamentally everyone experiences White Avenue as a pedestrian at some point of their journey. So enhancing and improving the pedestrian experience in Realm benefits everyone as they live, work, play, and spend time in this area. So for me, this is really a conversation about the efficient and strategic allocation of limited space and land to support the highest and best use in our communities. I think there's general consensus that large swaths of gravel parking lots is not that. At the same time, really understanding and hearing today the tension and trade-offs associated with balancing the need for a variety of forms of mobility with growing demand for vibrant, people-centered spaces and places, and ensuring that all stakeholders, whether it's businesses, visitors, various organizations, and residents, are all considered. I did specifically just want to touch on the arts organizations who came out to speak today and want to recognize that their continued success is an important part of helping make this area so special and vibrant. These organizations are critical to the cultural fabric of Old Strathcona, and I think that Councillor Janz's subsequent motion really speaks to that and recognizes that this is something we need to carefully implement, consider, and discuss as we continue advancing this work gradually over time. I'm also very interested in exploring and capitalizing on opportunities for shared parking, underground parking, better wayfinding, and just better management of curbside space in general. I think those opportunities hold a lot of potential. And then on the whole, I think the work that administration has done is a major step forward for public spaces and places. This is, of course, a long-term project, and there's still plenty of work to come, but I think the strategy functions as an effective guide that will help inform future budget asks and conversations as this area evolves. I would also be keen to discuss how we can at least move parts of this plan forward sooner rather than later, but recognize that's not a conversation for today. And then just to quickly wrap up, want to again reflect on how important it is to improve pedestrianization, enhance the public realm, and integrate with diverse modes of transit, both from a livability perspective. It truly does enhance quality of life in a community, but also from an economic perspective. We know that these areas, when they are focused on humans, it really does promote social integration, encourages people to spend more time and more money at local businesses. The ROI is there, and I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Again, just to echo first my thanks to everyone involved with the creation of this. It was a pleasure to read through it, and really appreciate the level of engagement. While I know with the exception of one speaker today, I think everyone else recognized that that there's been a lot of really thoughtful engagement. I mean, to get to 5,000 plus people, there's not many engagement sessions that the city does that actually reaches that many people. So I want to really echo, and it's a testament to the work of the team. I can think of maybe two others that have reached that many people in my time on council. So I don't want anyone to at all suggest that there hasn't been enough. I would suggest that's been one of the best I've ever seen. So let's start with that point. And that leads, though, to the challenge that I think Councillor Rice echoed, which is that there isn't consensus, because there will never be on a project like this. Like, it is impossible. If our goal is to find consensus, well, we can't accomplish it. So the question then comes to how do we balance those different views? Are there ways to try to minimize the impact for those that might not feel like they're being heard, while at the same time recognizing there are a lot of people who have spoken up who are very eager to see what we see in this plan? So for me, I'm coming back to a few points, and I think first is that, this Main Street is at its end of life. It is time, we need to get the work done. The next council won't really have a choice. This project will need to have some funding dedicated to it the next budget cycle because the road needs to be fixed. And I'm not just talking the road itself, but the sidewalk, that whole area needs to be fixed. I wanted to touch on, I think the other piece is that the status quo isn't going to work as we continue to grow as fast as we are. What I found interesting in that report is, we're 24 to 27,000 cars a day, if I remember my number correctly in the report, give or take. If nothing changes, that's going to get worse and worse and worse, and congestion will bring that road to a standstill. And it's weird to then say BRT is the solution, because that means taking away a lane of traffic. But if you keep this, as we have seen over and over and over again, one of the most congested highway, I think, in Canada is the 401, which is the widest highway in Canada. You cannot build your way out of congestion. Nobody's going to support buying up businesses on either side of White Ave to suddenly put in more roads. So we got to try a different approach. And the best way to do that is to move a larger volume of people, and that you do that through the BRT system that is as part of this strategy. So that's actually critical for both getting people to this destination and getting people through this destination. There's no way that you can do it otherwise without this. So this is necessary, and very excited to see that. It will be hard. I've heard from folks today, we've heard it, and there will be impacts to that, to those businesses that are some of the small, there are a small number that see maybe 3/4 of their traffic come by car, and it will be harder for them in this scenario. I don't want to sugarcoat it, but we also have to recognize that a majority of the vast majority of the correspondence I receive from both local businesses and local residents, both in the last couple of weeks and over the last few years, has been overwhelmingly of a desire to evolve this space. So we need to acknowledge that, and acknowledge that the people living there really do want to see this change. And let's not this is one of the few areas that it seems odd for other parts of the city to get to weigh in on how a residential community will develop. And I get why we're doing it. It's a very prominent Main Street, and other folks across the city should have a say. But I'm going to be honest, folks living in the ward that I represent should not have as much of a say as the residents of Strathcona and Queen Alex and all of those areas, because they live there. And their community does matter. I want those residents from my neck of the woods to still frequent that space, but we also have to make sure we're building a community for folks there too, one of our most densely populated communities. And I think the final thing is just to acknowledge the concerns that we heard from some of the arts organizations, from some of the local businesses, is this is a multi-year plan. It'll be a very, very gradual reduction in parking over time, and I think the subsequent motion will allow for that to be addressed in a very thoughtful way. But I think administration's own words in this strategy acknowledge the need for thoughtfulness. I appreciate that we're going to have a subsequent, but that was already going to be part of the work that administration was going to be doing, because they've heard the folks there, and I think it's really important to stress that those who have concerns, that was already acknowledged and going to be ongoing body work. So happy to support this, recognizing it's going to be a longer term piece, but I think it's a great body of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly to close then, I just want to come back to, initially I was reading this plan, I started getting really, really detailed into it, and I just had to take a step back, and I was reminded that this is the lightest touch that Edmonton can provide. This is a high-level direction, some of which may take 50 years. Some of it I hope we can do in 50 days or 50 weeks, but it's some of it is going to take a long time. Some of this is a very long-term plan, and I think it's really important to put that in context. As we've said, we don't have money. We need to figure out how we're going to invest in this area, because this area certainly invests in Edmonton. I think of all the thousands of Edmontonians, their first experience with the city is in the old Strathcona area, whether they're coming here internationally to the University of Alberta whether they're a tourist coming to the Fringe or what. I know for me, this was my first trip to Edmonton. I'm mindful of the saying, it's not what you take away, it's what you leave behind. And I think Councillor Knack articulated that very well, that we can't stay neutral on a moving train, that there is change happening all around this area. It's a question of how are we going to respond to it. I hope my subsequent motions help assuage some of the concerns from the arts community as well as others. I've had some folks with hyper-specific asks saying, we want a dog park at End of Steel. We want a fishing pond, like Parc La Fontaine in Montreal. I've had some of those very specific asks, and the truth is, we aren't there yet. That's a long-term part of this, and there will be lots of engagement going forward. I want to give a special shout-out to Cherie Clausen and the OSBA here, because they have been tenacious communicators with my office through this whole process over the last few years. They have been working very hard to build a more welcoming, safer, cleaner, more fun, and more vibrant Old Strathcona area. And I really appreciate the extra labor the BIA has been doing in helping engage community members throughout this journey. And I know it's my inbox is brimming and overflowing with correspondence, and I hope that Guest Wilson and Guest McKell suitably embarrass Ms. Clausen at your upcoming AGM for the hard work and overtime that they've put in into this. And yeah, I'll leave it there, and we'll get to the subsequent. So, Clerk, if you can call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried with Councillor Rice opposed. If we can go to subsequent motions, I have two, if the clerk could put them on the screen.
Are you wanting to move them together or separately?
Is that if we can just move them together?
We can do that.
Sure. So the first one, that administration, prior to or in conjunction with concept planning for the district park and as part of regular district park planning updates to committee, review parking in Old Strathcona to understand the parking demand and supply, explore changes and transition strategies for parking management and or wayfinding, and ensure accessible parking spaces and drop-off/pickup locations, including but not limited to the use of community league parking lots. Subsequent motion number 2, that administration provide a report regarding options and analysis for the creation of a reserve fund for net parking income attributable to the city-owned parking lot currently utilized by the Old Strathcona Farmers Market to support design and or construction of amenities identified in the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy, and to dedicate the net revenues of land sales associated with the Public Realm Strategy to support the strategy's implementation. Due date Q1 2025, Urban Planning Committee. Very high level by way of introduction. Motion 1 is continuing the parking conversation. Motion 2 is figuring out how we're going to pay for the elements of the plan that need to be done first. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just on the second part in terms of parking revenue staying in the area, I know that's something I hear from other BIAs who are interested in seeing that happen. Maybe just to administration, I typically hear that in the case of on-street parking, that's more or less permanent. Is the idea that the surface parking lot is sort of transitionary, it's going to be redeveloped, and so therefore, there's some sense in retaining those revenues for that parcel?
Sure, Councillor. That's the intention behind this motion, I believe, is that we talk about a long implementation timeline for this area, and it may make sense to keep a parking lot in operation, and then what would we do with the revenue? So there's positives and consequences to this approach, and we would look forward to providing council with that information.
Great. And just to clarify right now, is the city receiving revenue from that in the lease agreement?
The city is only receiving revenue from like a lease payment for the land, but not receiving any revenue from the actual parking and the revenue that's generated by the parking.
Okay, so maybe just to the mover, I'm assuming your intent would be to sort of have a net neutral impact on general revenues. So sort of the equivalent of what the city currently receives for those lands would maybe continue to be shared in general revenue, but any additional on top of that would be dedicated for the area.
Yes.
Perfect. And administration has that clarity in terms of the intent there?
I think so, but the perhaps Bart could clarify the timing of the lease, and so the dynamics will change here in the next year.
The current lease for the farmers market parking lot, as we're calling it in this situation, that will expire in the beginning of April of 2025.
Yeah, and so I guess I don't know if I can use specific numbers, but if the current lease revenue from the lot is X, moving forward after the lease expires and the city takes over and is gaining revenue from the parking lot, is that going to be revenue minus X that's retained for the public realm strategy in the area?
Yeah, I think what we would do is we would come back with a report that outlines all of this and provides the implications associated with any changes in how that revenue would flow through the city.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's options for that. Okay, and so that would be one of the considerations. Yeah, again, I really appreciate the spirit of this motion. I think, if administration can, maybe just be mindful that, again, I think this is a much broader desire that I hear from many different BIAs. So maybe just, trying to understand what the implications are for this specific area, but also just more broadly, and how we sort of have clarity about our parking revenues generally, I guess.
Councillor Stevenson, it's Councillor Jans. Can I respond a little further to my intention?
Yeah.
Yeah. Part of my worry is that if we get proverbially hooked on parking lot revenue, we'll never want to give it up and do anything else with the lots. And not just here, but anywhere. Parking revenue is predictable, consistent, and delicious. And I want to make sure that the funding here is going towards long-term capital improvements that are unique to this. I don't want it to become an operating subsidy for the BIA. I want it to become an investment in the capital. So that's how my intention. I'm not sure if that helps you or not.
Yeah, no, that's actually really helpful clarity. I think I'd still, like to understand a little bit more about that delta between lease revenue and all the rest, but that's an excellent point in terms of creating a structure where we're not incentivized to keep those spaces when other needs might emerge and be appropriate to be added at that time. So that's really great clarity. Thank you for that.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you for the two motions. Like I spoke earlier, I'm looking for the motion and saying those motions could help us to prepare and for us to get ready and to implement those strategies. So for motion one, my question to the mover. So your motion is just only focus on to direct city administration to do some analysis regarding this area's parking demanding, spaces, supplies, wide funding, and drop-off pickup locations. So only for this area. To the mover.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the. Can I ask administration how do they read the motion?
My time question.
Oh, sorry. Can I? My answer is I don't know. Ask administration.
Okay, thank you. So then I defer the question to the administration. Do we do this and across the entire city, or we have to do this spatial work and only focus on this Strathcona area or the Strathcona?
Councillor Rice, with this particular motion and the intent, the idea is to look at this particular area and the influence of parking in supporting the various things that make it successful, like we talked about with the arts group, and then how can we accommodate their needs. So it's looking at the whole picture, but it is definitely about this old Strathcona area.
So is this work generally already done and across the entire city, or we didn't done the entire city? this similar work and looking at is a
Has there
park?
been similar work is your question?
Yes, it was similar work and it has been done across the entire city and to look at is a parking demandings and spaces and supplies,
Definitely, we do it in specific areas,
but
not
not
on a
general.
citywide basis, but as we are looking at improvements to specific areas, for
Okay.
certain, we do look at studies.
So you are willing to, based on this direction and to do this type of work to really get the results and to address some concerns we heard and from public speakers for this area. So that's his intention.
That would be the intent, but there's always trade-offs, and it would be brought to council to talk about this is how we would move forward as moving through some of the concept design. So right now, it's just at a very high level, and we're looking at, as we get into details, well, what are the more detailed implications? And parking is one of them.
Okay, that's just for the information. We're not just to give the go forward into the concept planning. So that's my understanding, right? It's just the information gathering.
It will inform the concept planning. So once the concept planning is occurring or just before, these types of parking assessments will let us know what needs to be adjusted in the future planning.
Did this work require additional resources and staffing and the funding, or you can use the existing staffing and funding to do it?
At this point in time, we wouldn't be able to tell you exactly because I believe that, we're looking at this as a future when we are getting closer to looking at the more detailed design of the park. So it's not immediate. It would be.
But then I have a concern because the due date is first quarter 2025. If you cannot tell me for your you need resources or not resources to do this work, and then.
So, yeah, that's a good point, Councillor Rice, and maybe a correction might be needed, but that due date is in referencing the second part of the motion, not the first part of the motion.
Oh, then what is the first part of the motion?
It is where it states updates to committee as part of the district park planning. So a future report back when that work is undergoing.
So when would be? So we don't know.
We don't have the dates of when that work would yet occur.
That's the concerning. So next, I still have 40 seconds for the reserve fund. Do we have the reserve fund, similar reserve fund already existed, or we have to create a new one, and for this parking reserve fund?
This looks like this motion would suggest a new fund. Harm, do you want to jump in? Are you on the call? What we read here is the creation of a reserve fund, and so
Just only for this area, it's not for the city area.
Correct.
And so then I may not have enough time, and I may come next round. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jant. So just on the timing question for one, I think that you can't give a date until the next council approves a budget.
That is correct.
So the earliest it could start would be December 2026, when council would approve a budget for the 2027 to 2030, at which point you could start that work. But again, whether that would start in 2027, 2028, 2029, 30 is dependent upon budget, timing of other work, a variety of things.
Correct.
Okay. But, so there's really no way for us to put a date because it's entirely dependent upon the next council's decision point.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful, just so we've got the date for two, but not for one. Great, thank you.
Another round, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Knack, and then follow down that question. But I still have a question. And if we, based on procedurally and for any motion, we need to have due date. If we cannot start that work until the budget approved, and for the December 2026, and that means this motion right now, and you are not going to do anything about this motion.
Just for clarity, part one of the motion that references the parking assessment, that is correct.
So you will not do that?
So this this motion references a certain activity in the future that isn't budgeted for yet. So it can't occur until that budget is.
So that means we still have a larger check-in point to see if we get budget to move this work, move forward or not move forward.
That is correct.
And then what's the point for us to put this motion right now if even we cannot do anything?
I think it gives helpful clarity to the community and to administration of what we will bring forward at the next checkpoint.
Because the budget will be December 2026, and if we cannot do until then or 2027, so to me this.
Councillor Rice, I think what we heard here today was many from the community concerned about parking, the loss of parking or what would happen with parking. This motion signals that at the time that administration is looking at what to do with the parking lot, that there will be considerations taken. So appreciate your feedback that there's not a time associated with it and it is somewhat in the future, but it gives clarity to the community and the administration that will be looking and thinking about parking.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I want to address those concerns we heard today as well. But the concern is, and this is not the usual process as council, as we did. If we don't have any timeline associated with, and we put something there that, and later on, and then it becomes a budget requirement, request item, say, we need to do this work because this motion passed, and we need the budget. So I think there's some like facts there, impact. To me, the sequence of how we do this work, it's different from usual how we do it. So that is my concern. So actually, other than that, I fully support this motion and for itself. So is there any solution and from mayor? Oh, not from mayor, sorry, from mover.
I think what this does is provide predictability in the minutes for the future, that when administration start doing this work, much of which they said they're going to do anyway as part of the plan, they will have clear direction to do it. I'm not really sure what to say.
Okay, if that is the case, then I move to my next question and to manage my time. For the reserve fund, and I heard respond from administration specifically focus on the area, for these areas, deserve. Because reserve fund, and if that is the case, for example, I just make up the number, if our parking revenue and have $2 million, but we implementation, we need like $20 million. And that means we're still short for $18 million. And then does that mean for this reserve fund, we use, because you in the reserve fund where the funding source come from tax. Yes, I saw the lot.
Maybe I can jump in here.
So if that is the case, and I'm more like it's become like we set up the reserve account and then we use other funding sources to support this specific implementation.
So what the second part of the motion is doing is just asking for administration to come back with a report that will outline the implications of potentially creating a reserve. It's not actually creating a reserve. This, to your previous question, it's not a common thing that the city does unless there's specific council direction. But what we will do is we will look at the creation of a reserve based on the motion itself and outline the options as well as all the implications associated with it.
Wonderful.
It doesn't mean that we will be creating that.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. Just provided the options and with the reports. That's his information.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other speakers, would anybody like to debate the subsequent motions or speak to it? Okay, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. And I just wanted to appreciate our colleagues' concern about the lack of date for point one. I just wanted to note that while it's very uncommon for council to not put a date, there are about 5 motions we passed in our time that don't have a date. So it is allowed through a governance mechanism, and it's tough because it's just, if we don't do it, then the folks who are here who had concerns about not knowing what would happen if we started to reduce parking, don't have that certainty, and we need to do this to approve. We need to approve this to give them that certainty that that step was going to happen. I know, and Min said it was pretty much the way I read the report is they were going to do it either way, but this just puts it on paper, gives the arts organizations a little bit of a surety, and while not great from a governance perspective to not have a date, because we don't have that budget, we can't presuppose what council will do in the next budget, the next council. That's why I would just say it is something that I would encourage everyone to support, because otherwise then the folks here who had concerns don't know that with absolute certainty that's going to be addressed. So I'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
So thank you for the intention for the two motions. Like I spoke earlier, I really want to get the progress and to support the strategy. And because of strategy and based on what we heard today, and there's some still gaps and steps needs for move forward. I did not support strategy at this moment, and then because I saw some gaps there. For the motion number one, and then we'll do some analysis and provide some information and for us to see how we could get into that step for the concept planning. And this information, and I say is needed information, and then also to find some possible solution to address the concerns we heard from some like arts, like performance organizations, and also the business outside the BIAs and inside the BIAs close to 109th Street as well. So I think that from this perspective, this intention is great and is a progress towards to this strategy in the future and for the next time. So, Councillor Knack, you mentioned this, we only have a few, only few motions, there is no date associated with. This is my little bit of concern about, I'm going to support right now, but if they come back with say, oh, we need additional resources, and then we need more staffing, we need more funding to do this type of work, even for this analysis work. So at that moment, and I may need a larger debate, and for that point. So for part two, I heard, thank you for that really clarification administration. So we just report, we're not going to create the reserve fund right away, because I do have big concern and to create a reserve fund. And because right now, if you look at our city current existing reserve fund, we do have some reserve fund is even under the minimum requirement balance points. That's put our city's financial situation in a risk. And then everybody talked about lots about the minimum requirements and to keep our city's healthy financial situation and for the reserve fund. Every time, and even right now, our city's financial FSR, and we have to get back and in following 3 years replenished and to meet that minimum requirement. And this as a result, as a tax increase. So I do not see that type of situation happen to any reserve country in our city. We created it. And I want to be really responsible for our city's physical and situation. And that is why I ask certain questions. But I heard very clear, it's just a report. If it's a report come out to provide option for us to make final decision, we should have or not have. So I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. I have response to councillor inquiries, none. Private reports, none. Motion pending, none. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice, none. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for a very engaging day. Thank you.